Chapter 37. The body of the raging wind tiger needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Although it was a monster, its body would not rot so easily, but the magic in its body would gradually dissipate over time. If it was not dealt with for too long, the effect of the meat would be reduced by more than half. Sulen naturally would not allow this to happen. Therefore, the first thing he did when he returned was to deal with the tiger. At this time, Suluan suddenly realized that he probably didn't know how to deal with the meat of the magical beasts. Cooking the meat in the ordinary way would cause a large amount of mana in the meat to be lost, so people developed a special way to deal with it. System, is there a recipe to deal with monster meat? Sulen asked, rubbing his head. There are recipes for sale in the shop. The host can buy them yourself. There's a recipe in the shop? You should have said so earlier. Hearing the system notification, Sulen quickly opened the shop interface and quickly found a recipe to deal with monster materials. He looked at the price, 100 kinner. Sulen's little bit of money was directly emptied out. After buying the formula for the disposal of magical beast materials, Suluan found that this formula was definitely worth the money. Not only did the formula have various ways to deal with magical beast meat, but it also had other ways to deal with blood, internal organs, bones, and fur. It could be said that it was a comprehensive book on the disposal of magical beast materials. After looking at the recipe, Sulen immediately began to act. Boss, what are your orders? A barbarian warrior jogged over and asked. Go get a few water tanks, fill them with water, and prepare a big pot, the biggest one. The raging wind tiger was heavier than an adult elephant. Although it was not a super large creature, it was still very troublesome to deal with. The blood of the raging wind tiger was a good material, and he needed a glass tank to preserve it. However, Sulen did not have a glass tank, so he planned to use water to make a refrigerator to store the blood. The most valuable parts of the raging wind tiger were its heart, fur, and tiger penis. Sulen's profit from skinning was average, but the barbarians were masters of skinning. As a tribe in the wilderness, they consumed large amounts of prey every day, so they often needed to skin their prey. This allowed them to practice their skinning skills. After seeing the water tank, Sulen's hand emitted a bone-piercing chill. This was one of the ways to control the mystic frost blade. Sulen had figured it out to practice the skill. Sulen manipulated this power and quickly created a refrigerator. Then, the two barbarians took out knives and cut open a wound on the tiger's neck. Blood that contained magic power slowly flowed out. Because the demonic tiger had already died, some of its blood had already stopped circulating. It needed to be continuously patted by humans to expel the blood from its body. In the end, it took 2 full boxes of blood to complete the task. Next was skinning. The two barbarian warriors held sharp skinning knives and carefully cut the tiger's skin. Everyone's cutting speed was very slow. It wasn't that they didn't want to be fast, but that the fury wind tiger's skin was too tough. A skinning knife soon blunted and needed to be polished again. Fortunately, the barbarians had enough chi. After some effort, they finally finished skinning the tiger's skin completely. The tiger's skin was huge. After all, the tiger was 8 meters long. When spread out, it was more than 40 square meters. If this tiger's skin was used to make leather armor, it could easily make 30 pieces. If it was used to make magic scrolls, it could easily make up to 100 pieces. If such a demonic tiger hide were to be auctioned in Cult City, it would fetch at least 3,000 gold coins. If it was made into leather armor and enchanted by an enchantment master, as long as it was successful, the leather armor could easily be sold for thousands of gold coins. Moreover, the tiger's skin was a top material for making wizard robes. It would be sold as soon as it appeared. After peeling off the tiger's skin, Suluan began to cut off the tiger's flesh. He first cut off the tiger's penis, and then made an icebox to store it in. This thing could be sold to nobles for at least 5,000 gold coins. Even if he didn't sell it, he could still enjoy it. The tiger's teeth and bones were also removed. The tiger's heart and other organs were all taken out. The tiger's tail was also put away. It could be made into a whip. Finally, Sulen separated the tiger's spine, which was more than 7 meters long, and sealed it in ice. The tiger's heart was very big. It was twice the size of a basketball. Even if it was dead, one could still feel the shocking magic waves in the heart. The tiger's heart was the main material for making a magic potion. The most famous one was the Tiger King Awakening Potion. Using this potion could turn a normal person into a sorcerer. Of course, this potion was powerful, but so were the side effects. If one couldn't survive it, their bloodline would collapse and they would die on the spot. If one could survive it, they would awaken as a sorcerer and become a powerful spellcaster. Therefore, although it was dangerous, many people were still willing to try it. A tiger's heart could be used to make 10 bottles of Tiger King Awakening Potion. The price of a tiger's heart wasn't low either. It could be sold for at least 5,000 kinner to wizards. These wizards would then turn it into potions. One bottle could be sold for 5,000 kinner. If all of them were sold, the profit would be at least 10 times. However, this couldn't be helped. Only a few wizards and alchemists could make a small amount of this potion. After cutting up the tiger's meat, Sulen asked the barbarians to start a fire. He then took out all kinds of spices and other food to cook. The fire rose, and the water in the iron pot began to boil. Sulen poured the spices he prepared into the iron pot. Then he put the tiger's meat into the pot. Soon, a strange fragrance spread out from the iron pot. Sulen felt his mouth watering. He couldn't help but want to take a bite. Even the barbarians behind him couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Sulen took out a piece of cooked tiger's meat and took a bite. It was tender and smooth. It was delicious. The other barbarians also stared at the meat in Sulen's hand. After eating the tiger's meat in a few bites, Sulen patted his stomach with satisfaction. A warm energy flowed back and forth in his body. It made Sulen feel like his whole body was soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. Okay, eat. Look at you guys. You can't even take a piece of meat. Sulen took a few pieces of tiger's meat and threw it to the barbarians. After getting the meat, the barbarians didn't hold back. They opened their mouths and bit into the meat. Soon, they felt a warm current flowing through their bodies. Sulen looked at the meat. This kind of cooked meat was recognized by the system. P.S. Thank you to Night God Underworld Emperor for the 500 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 38. Magic Tiger Jerky. Made from the meat of a Gale tiger and added a dozen spices. Delicious. Can quickly replenish stamina and slightly increase physique. Has special effects after consumption. Gain +2 strength and +2 dexterity for 2 hours after consumption. Gain +1 strength for the first consumption. Gain +2 strength cumulatively. A Gale tiger like this would make at least 2 tons of jerky. Luckily, Sulen had asked his men to prepare a few big pots. Otherwise, it would take at least a day or two to cook all the meat. Also, the best time to prepare the Gale tiger meat was 6 hours. If it wasn't done after 6 hours, the remaining meat would go bad, and the effect of the meat would be reduced by a lot. 2 hours later, all the tiger meat had been prepared. The fragrant jerky was piled up into a small hill in the yard. This kind of jerky could be stored for 3 years, even if it wasn't specially stored. If it was stored in a special warehouse, it could even be stored for 10 years without a problem. After the jerky was stored in the warehouse, Sulen could finally relax. Apart from the jerky, there were no wizards in the territory who could handle the other materials. He could only wait until he recruited a wizard. As for selling them directly, that was the least profitable option. He gave all the barbarian warriors 3 pieces of jerky and told them to go back and eat. The amount of jerky was just enough to maximize the effect. Eating more would be a waste. After dealing with the storm tiger, Sulen had time to check the other rewards given by the system. Leveling up had rewarded him with 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Completing the quest had rewarded him with +1 to all attributes. In addition, eating the storm tiger's meat had increased his strength by 2 points. It could be said that this quest had brought him 9 attribute points so far, which was more than he gained from leveling up 4 times. Sulen added the 2 attribute points to strength. Now his strength had reached 31 points. As for the attribute points, he didn't learn any new skills. Instead, he upgraded his heal skill to physique healing. Physique healing. After use, it can quickly heal more serious injuries. Name, Sullen race. Human strength, 31 dexterity, 29 will, 24 vitality, 29 charm, 19 free attribute points, 0 skill points, 0 skills. Omitted. After testing the effects of physical healing, he found that the effects of physical healing were twice as effective as life healing. However, the consumption of physical healing was the same. After testing the skill, Sulen took out the golden treasure chest from his storage space. Compared to the silver treasure chest, the gold treasure chest had a much more extravagant appearance. It was completely golden in color and gave off a rich aura. After opening the treasure chest, a burst of spiritual light dissipated, and a peculiar banner appeared before him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Wind Dragon Flag. Wind Dragon Flag. A magical flag with the ability to control the wind element. The wielder will gain the ability to control the wind element. Additional skills: Wind Elemental Control, Wind Tornado, Wind Dragon Spiral, Lightning Storm. Wind Elemental Control. Able to skillfully control the power of wind elemental energy. Wind elemental affinity increased by 30%. Reduces wind elemental energy consumption by 30%. Wind Tornado. Summons 2 tornadoes made of wind elemental storm to attack the target. Wind Dragon Whirlwind. Summons a portion of the wind elemental storm to form a tornado to attack the target. Lightning Storm. Summons a large amount of wind elemental energy to create a storm within a certain range. Looking at the banner, Sulen was very surprised. This kind of magic item that could release large-scale strategic spells was very rare in the entire human world. It could be said that this item was a great weapon for the countries in this era. Just like the St. Louis Empire, they had the Holy Grail, which was rumored to be able to summon angels. The Lotus Federation in the south also had the Constellation Plate, which could summon a meteor shower. Of course, these strategic magic items could not be used at will. Although Sulen did not know the cost of using these items, it must be very high. He reached out and picked up the Wind Dragon Flag. The entire flag was surrounded by wind elemental energy. When it was swayed slightly, it could move the surrounding elemental energy. As expected, Sulen shook his head with a bitter smile. He felt the Wind Dragon Flag just now. The Wind Dragon Whirlwind was still okay. He could barely use it with his mana. As for the Wind Dragon Whirlwind and Lightning Storm, even if he had twice as much mana, it would still be difficult. According to his estimation, if he wanted to use the Wind Dragon Whirlwind, he would need at least 3 times as much mana. As for the Lightning Storm, he would need even more mana. At least for now, Sulen could not see any hope. Of course, this did not mean that the Wind Dragon Flag was useless. The wind elemental control on the flag could still be used. This was a passive ability. With this, Sulen could now try to cast low-level wind elemental spells. For example, the wind blade that the Gale Tiger released. Sulen could also release it now. It could be said that if this Wind Dragon Flag fell into the hands of a legendary wizard, that wizard's power would be greatly increased. However, in Sulen's hands, it could only be said to be useless. Summon Wind Blade to cut grass? The power of the Wind Blade was not even as strong as his long spear. At least the energy used to wield the weapon would be replenished in a short while, but the mana used to summon the Wind Blade would take some time to recover. Holding the Wind Dragon Flag, Sulen summoned 2 wind elementals. The 2 wind elementals were small wind elementals, about 1.5 meters tall. They looked like 2 small tornadoes with a few lightning bolts inside. This kind of wind elementals had very low intelligence, so Sulen could command and control them at will with the power of the Wind Dragon Flag. Although the 2 wind elementals had low combat power, they were masters at cleaning. They floated in the air like powerful vacuum cleaners. With a whoosh, the trash, dust, and grass on the ground were brought to the trash bin by the wind elementals. They even provided the service of cutting grass. After a whirlwind blew by, even the grass was cleaned up. From that day onwards, Sulen had 2 more automatic smart vacuum cleaners. He also named the 2 wind elementals Vacuum Cleaner 1 and Vacuum Cleaner 2. After that, the territory finally ushered in a period of peace. The number of goblins and kobold tribes in the territory decreased because of the barbarians' regular patrols. Sulen continued to bring the slaves to reclaim the land in the camp to plant potatoes. There was still a shortage of food in the territory. Suluan's plan was to cultivate at least 5,000 mu of land, all of which would be planted with potatoes. The potatoes would mature in 3 to 4 months. When the first batch of potatoes was ripe, it would almost snow here. Unlike the south, the north had long winters. Only when the potatoes matured would there be enough food in the territory. Chapter 39. The weather was still hot after autumn. In the wilderness outside the territory, thousands of goblins, kobolds, and gnolls were repairing the earth under the sun. There were also dozens of supervisors of different races standing next to them. Whenever they saw someone slacking off, they would immediately whip them. Suluan was lying leisurely on a recliner under a big tree, wearing a pair of black crystal sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. There was a glass of freshly squeezed juice on the small table next to him. Behind him, vacuum cleaner number 1 and vacuum cleaner number 2 were like two small fans with great power, blowing the wind with a whooshing sound. In this autumn sun they brought a gust of cool breeze. On the other side of the field that had already been cultivated, a group of strong women and children were driving the cows to plow the field. On the other side of the city wall, there was fertile black soil on the banks of the Red Sand River. About 2,000 acres of land had already been cultivated. According to the current progress, it would take at most half a month to cultivate all 5,000 acres of potatoes. Ding. The construction of the barracks field is complete. Importing data. Importing the militia training content. Importing the infantry training content. Importing the archer training content. Data importing progress 10%, 20%, 30%. Suluan was slightly taken aback by the sudden sound of the system notification. The barracks field was already completed? Suluan quickly opened the system interface to check. Barracks drill ground. The barracks drill ground trains qualified soldiers for the territory. Every soldier trained here is a qualified warrior. They are important personnel in the defense of the territory and have undergone rigorous military training. They only need to go through a period of training to become elite soldiers. Soldiers are the foundation of a lord's rule. Weapon proficiency +2, training time reduced by 20%, discipline +2, morale +15, territory stability +15. Looking at the barracks attributes, Suluan was secretly happy. With the barracks, he could continue to train qualified soldiers. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough money and territory. Training soldiers required money. Currently, the barracks in the territory could only train 3 types of soldiers. One was the barbarian soldiers, the other was the spearman, and the last was the archer. Among them, the lancers were the least expensive, with only 1 kinnur. The barbarians required 3 kinnur, and the archers required 2 kinnur. As for cavalry, crossbowmen, and heavy infantry, they were all unlocked. The easiest way to unlock these troop classes was to obtain the corresponding troop class's commander's seal. If there was no commander's seal, then recruit a hero who could train this troop class. Of course, they could only recruit ordinary soldiers. As for those special soldiers, they needed a commander's seal to train them. Suluan also wanted to form a powerful knight order, but based on the current situation, this goal was still very far away. They arrived at the military camp, which was located on the west side of the territory outside the city wall. The city wall that Suluan was currently building was actually the inner city of the city. When the territory population increased next year, the outer city and outer city walls would be officially built. The inner city of Suluan was prepared to be his private land. The area of the military camp was not small. It was divided into barracks, warehouses, training grounds, and drill grounds. The training grounds and drill grounds took up 70% of the total area of the military camp. Currently, there were only some archery targets and straw dummies in the training grounds. There were also some training weapons and equipment. An army formed by newly recruited freedmen would not be recognized by the system. Only those who were strong would be recognized, such as the barbarians. When freedmen formed an army, they would still be considered commoners, and only after a period of training could they become militia. But once they had a military camp and went through the training, they would directly skip the militia and become new soldiers. Although the military camp was successfully built, Suluan did not recruit soldiers. The territory's population was too small. Other than the barbarians, there were only mercenaries. If he wanted to train soldiers, he would have to wait for the slaves that Xian brought back from Cult City. After inspecting the military camp, Sulan did not go back to rest. Instead, he went to the smithy. In the last battle with the Storm Tiger, his weapon was damaged. Now he needed a new one. Because he was very strong, his weapon had to be sturdy and durable. Take the spear for example. A spear made of ironwood was too light in his hands. Therefore, he used an iron spear. However, even an iron spear could not withstand his destruction. As for why he did not use other weapons, it was because the spear was cool. Actually, it was because of the system's template. Only by using a spear could he unleash the greatest power. As for the luck of the spearman, Sulan did not feel it at all. In fact, his luck was not bad. After all, he had inherited Big Brother Yun's template. How did the saying go again? The world spearman had a stone of luck. Zilong alone had 12 stones, while the rest of the spearmen had 2 stones. Sulan now had 12 stones of luck. The spearman's luck was based on facts. Looking through historical records and classical works, he realized that most of the spearmen in history did not have good endings. The Marquis of Huayin, Han Xian, was conferred the title of Marquis. He received an imperial edict but was ignored by heaven and earth. In the end, he was beaten to death. The little conqueror, Sun Tzu, was ambushed by a few thieves. He was seriously injured and died of an illness. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he was cursed to death by the demon Yu Ji. The Five-Tiger General, Ma Chao, died of an illness in his prime. The Five-Tiger General, Zhang Fei, was stabbed in the back by his subordinates. His head was chopped off while he was sleeping. In the Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties, Luo Cheng fell into a trap and was pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows. The Yang family of Skywave Prefecture, the Yang family's spearmanship was unparalleled in the world. However, almost no one in the family had a good ending. The leopard head, Lin Cheng, was exhausted and his wife and children were separated. In the end, he died of humiliation in the Six Harmonies Pagoda. Su Ning, the leader of the first group of people to worship heaven on the way to Liangshan Lake. The national hero, Yu Fei, was killed by Wanyan Go and Qin Hui. These living examples told us that the spearman's luck was really low. Looking at Zhao Zilong, who had fought countless battles in his life and lived for more than 80 years without any illness or disaster, his ending was much better than theirs. It was a miracle that he could save his master alone. 42 years of life, Zilong has shown his prowess. Therefore, Big Brother Yun's luck was based on history. If he wanted to forge a weapon for himself, he naturally had to use the best materials possible. The best material in the blacksmith shop was the tempered iron essence. In addition to the tempered iron essence, Sulan also took out the 2 pieces of iron essence that were rewarded by the system. These 2 pieces of iron essence were much better than the tempered iron essence in the blacksmith shop. If not for the fact that he did not have enough iron essence to forge a spear, Sulan would have used all of it. Now he could only use a mixture of tempered iron essence. Chapter 40. Bruce's craftsmanship could only be considered decent. There was still a gap between him and a true master, not to mention the dwarves. However, Sulan didn't expect him to make a divine weapon for him. He only wanted it to be sturdy and durable. None of the enemies he'd encountered so far had made him feel threatened. After a day of forging, Sulan's new weapon was completed. Steel Spear, a superior weapon forged with steel as the main material. Sturdy, durable, and sharp. Armor penetration +1, sturdiness +1, sharpness +1. Sulan shook the spear. The entire spear was made of metal, so it weighed more than 40 kilograms. It was already considered a heavy weapon, and it was more than 3 meters long. Without great strength, it was impossible to wield this weapon. After the rain, the wilderness plains welcomed the bright and beautiful sun. A group of spotted antelopes were eating grass with their heads lowered. Only the leader of the antelope kept turning its head back and forth, paying attention to any movement in the wind or grass. It seemed that it would immediately warn the herd to flee if it noticed anything wrong. Sulan stood downwind and observed the group of antelopes. Antelopes were very alert animals. There would always be a sentinel keeping watch at all times. This was also how they could reproduce and survive in the wilderness. Antelopes usually lived in groups of a dozen to a few dozen. These antelopes were good at running and were very difficult to catch. At the very least, horses and hunting dogs couldn't catch up to them. Goblins and kobolds couldn't even catch up. The best way to catch an antelope was to ambush and surround it. At this moment, 30 barbarians had formed an encirclement around the group of antelopes within a 1-kilometer radius. Before the group of antelopes noticed, the encirclement started to shrink. The antelopes didn't notice the approaching danger and continued to nibble on the grass. A few 3-month-old baby antelopes were playing around their mother. At this moment, the sentinel's head suddenly stopped moving. Its body seemed to be preparing to leap up. The barbarians hiding in the grass felt their hearts tighten. "Move!" With a loud roar, he leapt up from the bushes. The barbarians hidden in the bushes around him leapt out and quickly charged towards the antelope in the middle. The herd of spotted antelopes instantly panicked. More than 10 spotted antelopes ran in all directions in panic, but against the hunter who had already completed his task, their fate was self-evident. A few minutes later, more than 30 barbarians came to Suluan's place with their prey in high spirits. "Boss, we caught them all. Not a single one escaped." "Are the females and lambs injured?" Sulan asked. He planned to try to raise the spotted antelopes in his territory. "Boss, since you've instructed us, we'll definitely be careful. Those you and the little spotted antelope are fine." A barbarian raised the spotted antelope in his hand and said, "That's good, let's go back to Sword's Gate and eat a whole roasted lamb today," Sulan said as he led the barbarians back to the campsite. Next was boiling water, slaughtering the antelope, letting out the blood and skinning it. Sulan purposely kept the blood for tonight's hot pot. A few barbarians deftly cut open the antelope's stomach and cut it into pieces. They didn't throw away the organs either. These were the real treasures. After washing and skinning them clean, they directly put them into the hot pot to cook. Sulan purposely asked Bruce to melt the bronze weapons and make 2 bronze hot pots. He hadn't had a hot pot for so long in the wilderness. Now that the territory had stabilized, Sulan couldn't hold back his hunger any longer. The soup base of the hot pot was boiled with butter, chili pepper and other spices. The soup stock was also boiled with beef bones. Although the conditions were a little simple, the soup boiled with bison bones was too fragrant. The beef bones had been simmered for a day, and the oil in the bone marrow had been stewed out. Sulan ate the mutton hot pot to his heart's content. After coming to the northern wilderness for so long, he ate potato fish or potato fried fish every day. No matter how delicious the fish soup was, he would throw up if he ate it for 1 or 2 months. He almost wanted to look up at the stars. Now that he had a delicious mutton hot pot, it was simply too blissful. Because of the food shortage, Sulan took the barbarians to hunt in the wilderness. Although the wilderness looked barren, there were still many different kinds of animals. After a period of hunting, the hunting team's harvest was very rich. In order to store the prey, Sulan specially ordered the slaves to build a livestock pen next to the city wall. Now there were more than 100 different kinds of animals in the pen. There were more than 20 spotted antelopes, and the most were the giant antelopes. These giant antelopes migrated from here some time ago, and he and the barbarian hunters caught hundreds of them. If it wasn't because he was worried that the giant antelopes wouldn't pass through here in the future, Sulan was ready to cook them with a ladle. The construction of the territory was still ongoing, but the most important buildings had already been completed. Most of them were civilian houses. The houses he was building this time could house up to 1,000 people. Even the 500 slaves that Zeon and Johnson brought back would have a place to live. However, Sullen's own lord's castle was now almost finished. Of course, it was simplified. If it was built according to his ideal, it wouldn't be finished at all in a year and a half. As for the temple in the territory, Sulan didn't build it at all. Temples were necessary in the St. Louis Empire. Every city had a temple, and even the villages had a church. After all, the church was an international power, and the power of the church was unprecedentedly strong there. The Kingdom of Florence was a multi-faith country. There were temples in the cities, but the power of religion was not strong. Even if Sulan built a temple in this god-forsaken territory, there probably wouldn't be any priests here. A temple had its advantages. At least the healing divinity of a temple priest was very good. And from the beginning he didn't plan to build a temple. It was too expensive. The best material to build a temple was marble, but where could he find marble in the northern wilderness? A temple occupied a large area, and was generally built in the prosperous areas of the city. In such a place where every inch of land was worth gold, Sulen didn't want to give it to a temple for free. Wouldn't it be better to build a business street or sell it as a shop? Of course, if his territory developed, there would definitely be churches coming to build temples. At that time, it would depend on the negotiation between the two sides. After the important buildings in the territory were finished, Sulen directed the construction of drainage projects in the town, including the public toilets and public baths in the future town. Chapter 41. In the past, the barbarians did not pay attention to personal hygiene. Later, Sulen forced them to do so. Barbarians usually had long hair, and some of them even had braids. However, these guys were too lazy and couldn't be bothered to take care of their hair. Therefore, their hair was often dirty, and there were even many lice in it. The smell on their bodies was also suffocating. Sulen ordered the goblin slaves to dig a large hole, and sprinkled lime in it. He then directed the water from the Red Sand River into the hole, and personally threw all the barbarians into it. They were not allowed to come out until they were soaked in it for half an hour. After a series of force measures, Sulen finally taught the barbarians how to be hygienic. Many of the barbarians were too lazy to take care of their hair, and they were afraid that Sulen would teach them a lesson. In the end, they shaved all their hair. As a result, except for the female barbarians in the camp, 8 out of 10 male barbarians were bald. All the barbarian warriors were bald. Now his barbarian guards were all bald and muscular. They looked very intimidating. During the hunt, the barbarian hunters accidentally caught a few wild horses. Sulen tried to train the wild horses, but these wild horses were difficult to train. Sulen did not have a qualified trainer. Some of the mercenaries knew how to ride horses, but they were not very good at it. Sulen did not want to give up on the cavalry, but he did not have any suitable candidates. In the end, he could only build a stable for the wild horses to live in. Perhaps in the coming year, there would be a few more foals in the stable. Because of the archer's seal, Sulen could train the archers. The shooting range in the camp had also been built. At the moment, the territory needed a group of archers to increase their long-range damage. Aside from the factor of the archer, the factor of the weapon also accounted for a large proportion. It was not easy to make a good bow. From the selection of materials to the production process, it was very complicated. There were also many materials. For example, the bow body of the bow needed to be selected from the best wood. Even the production process had to be adapted to the seasons. The wood was dissected in the winter, the horn was boiled in the spring, and the tendon was treated in the summer. In the autumn, the wood, horn, and tendon were combined with glue, lacquer, and silk. Finally, the body of the bow was fixed in the coldest season of winter. Therefore, it would take at least 2 years to make a good bow. Sulen couldn't wait that long, so he decided to make some bows and arrows first. After a while, he would see if there was a chance to trade for some centaur longbows with the centaur tribe. Due to the short amount of time, the bows and arrows made by the blacksmith shop had a smaller range and power. However, it could also be used for training purposes. The archers were selected from the mercenaries. Although the strength of these mercenaries was average, they had used all kinds of weapons. Sulen gave them the shooting range in the barracks for practice. There was a lot of red sand in the Red Sand River, which was why Sulen named the river. The sand was very fine, and it was very useful for laying a training ground. The barbarians were all energetic guys. When they didn't have a mission, they would often spar and wrestle. After the construction of the barracks training ground was completed, these barbarians were happy. They liked to fight on the training ground when they had nothing to do. Now the training ground was almost turned into a gladiator arena. Because the territory lacked entertainment facilities, the barbarian gladiators were very popular in the camp. Sulen let them be. Most of the trees in the northern wastelands were pinewood. Pinewood was not the best wood for making bows and arrows because of its average toughness. The Kingdom of Florence most commonly used oak or teak to make bows and arrows. After these woods were air-dried, the bows made were tough and not easily deformed. The range was also long. It was the standard equipment of the kingdom's army. Of course, although the kingdom of Florence's bows and arrows were good, they were still lacking compared to the centaurs and half-elves. The effective range of the Florence's standard longbow was only about 100 meters. Some excellent archers could hit the target at 120 meters. The effective range of the centaur's bows and arrows was 150 meters, or even 200 meters. The same was true for the half-elves. In addition to their superior bow-making skills, there was also the material of the bows and arrows. The centaurs' longbows were made of purple fir wood, coupled with their unique bow-making skills. As for the bows used by the half-elves, it seemed to be a special plant that they cultivated. Purple fir wood was expensive and could only be found in the depths of the northern wastelands. The wood was tough, elastic, and malleable. The amount of purple fir wood that the Kingdom of Florence obtained every year was very small. Most of it was obtained from the centaur tribe. It was not easy for Sulen to obtain this kind of wood, unless he also crossed the wilderness and went further north to look for it. It was not that humans had never thought of transplanting purple fir wood. With the help of the wizards, humans successfully transplanted and grew a batch of yew trees. However, after transplanting to the human kingdom, the quality of the purple fir wood declined greatly. Compared to the purple fir wood of the centaurs, the wood was 1/3 softer. It was not even comparable to oak or teak. The cost was higher than teak and oak, but the quality was almost the same. As a result, the purple fir wood was quickly forgotten in the corner. Sulen wanted to develop archers, so it was necessary to find a suitable wood. As for oak and teak, these trees liked warmer climates. His territory was too far north. Whether it was oak or teak, they would freeze to death in the long northern winter. Of course, if Sulen had enough money, he could also buy it directly from the system store. Since the establishment of the blacksmith shop, the system store sold a variety of weapons, but the weapons in the store were too expensive. A barbarian two-handed axe cost 150 kinner. He asked the blacksmith shop to make one for him, and the cost was only 20 kinner. A short bow cost 40 kinner, and a long bow directly cost 100 kinner. Sulen was now so poor that he could not get 100 kinner. It could be said that he was now the poorest lord in the whole kingdom of Florence. Naturally, Sulen could not afford such a price. Although there were many things in the territory, it still made him very happy to see the territory change day by day. Just this afternoon, Zion and Johnson returned to the territory with more than 500 slaves and 20 carts of food. The return of the caravan instantly multiplied the population of Sulen's territory. A sufficient population was the foundation of a territory's development. Now the number of humans in Sulen's territory had reached more than 700. Although the population was still small, as long as they survived this difficult period, the territory would develop rapidly. Chapter 42. With the addition of 500 human slaves, Sulen's manpower was no longer as tight. All 500 slaves were sent to farm. This time, Sulen did not plan to only farm 500 acres of land. He wanted to farm as much land as possible. With the return of the caravan, the camp became livelier. The 20 carriages also brought back a lot of supplies. After all, furs were very popular in the northern wilderness. With the return of the caravan, Sulen temporarily put aside looking for suitable materials to make bows and arrows. He focused on developing his territory again. With a large increase in the population, the territory became more prosperous. 10 days after Owen's caravan left, they passed by Sulen's territory again. However, because of the barbarians' escape last time, Owen directly went to Sulen to ask for compensation. However, Sulen did not admit that he was the one who let the barbarians escape. He even claimed that the barbarians who escaped were not with him. In order to prove his innocence, Sulen asked Owen to personally check his barbarian guards. Of course, he did not find anything. In the end, Owen could only leave with a sullen expression. Sulen noticed that Owen's caravan had many longbows. The longbows were 1.8 meters long and had a purple body. They were centaur longbows. There were at least 50 of them. It seemed that Owen had a good harvest this time. These centaur longbows could be sold for at least 3,000 gold coins in the human kingdom. They were also priceless. They would be bought as soon as they appeared. An archer squad made up of centaur longbows was definitely the nightmare of any attacker. Unfortunately, he did not have the money to buy them. Sulen suppressed his desire to rob with an unusually strong will. He arranged for people to send Owen's caravan away. As the days passed, the territory continued to change. The appearance of a new territory would naturally occupy the living space of the original wasteland races. It was also a threat to the surrounding wasteland races. After defeating the middle-sized Knoll tribe, the territory gained a temporary peace. However, this peace would not last long. The strong intervention of humans was like a baby crocodile in a small fish pond. Although it was still young, once this crocodile grew up, the whole fish pond would be eaten clean by it. Faced with the pressure of the humans, and after a month of chaos, the surrounding tribes finally came to an agreement. They formed a powerful army to drive the humans out of the wastelands. The remaining 2 Knoll tribes, as well as a larger number of goblins and kobolds, were preparing to form a powerful allied army. The law of survival in the wilderness was always the law of the jungle. It was rare for several tribes to band together. Only when they felt a common sense of danger would they choose to band together. After the last battle, Sulen restored the beacon towers in his territory and added a few more. He also paid close attention to the movements around his territory. 4 was a goblin. To be precise, he was the leader of a small goblin tribe. When Sulen led the barbarians to clean up the wasteland, their entire tribe was captured and enslaved. What was unbelievable was that the leader of the goblin tribe, 4, had learned the human language. Although he stuttered and spoke with a strange accent, he had successfully learned the human language. After learning the human language, 4 volunteered to be Sulen's interpreter. He believed that there was nothing wrong with being Sulen's slave. At least Sulen would give them food so that they would not starve. The goblins in the wasteland were often enslaved by various powerful tribes. The trolls, gnolls, lizardmen, and many others would enslave the goblins. Under the enslavement of these tribes, the goblins were used as cannon fodder or as food reserves. In comparison, being a slave in the human territory was like heaven. Although they would still be whipped, at least they would not be killed. Moreover, they would be given food if they worked hard. Although the food given to them was pitiful, it was better than starving. Although Sulen had been in this world for 10 years, he still retained many values from his previous life. Of course, he did not try to challenge the traditions of this world. He was against slavery, against the exploitation of nobles, against religious oppression, and so on. As an adult with vested interests, he would not risk universal condemnation to liberate the slaves. However, he would not be like the people of this era who would oppress the slaves cruelly. For example, as long as the goblins and houndhead men did not resist, Sulen would not simply kill them. The slaves would work and provide them with food. Of course, that was all. However, the goblin leader, 4, felt that this was a blessing. The goblin leader told the other goblins about the benefits of being Sulen's slave, and promoted Sulen's benevolence. What surprised him more was that the system recognized this goblin called 4, goblin slave, 4, goblin leader, master, Sulen loyalty, 100. Most of the former goblin lords were foolish, but there were always 1 or 2 exceptions. As a smart one among the goblins, he learned the human language with his own efforts. In order to have enough food and clothes, he chose to pledge his loyalty to the humans. With his identity, he easily gained the trust of the goblins. Skills: Observation +2, Goblin Affinity +20. With this goblin slave, the goblin slaves became more docile. Sulen put all the goblin supervisors under his command, and the goblins' efficiency increased again. And those goblin supervisors had actually become soldiers recognized by the system. Goblin supervisor: the strongest among the goblins. In order to have a better life, these goblins chose to pledge their loyalty to the human lord. Strength: 4 vitality, 3 agility, 5 spirit, 3 charm, 3 skills, lash observation. Although their combat power is not as good as the 5 weaklings, they still have their own uses. After Sulen discovered this situation, other than ordering the goblins to work, He also sent them to the wilderness to gather information about the tribes. Due to their identity as goblins, they naturally gained the recognition of the tribes in the wilderness. They easily blended into the tribes and eavesdropped on the news for Sulen. For these undisciplined tribes in the wilderness, one more goblin slave or one less goblin slave would not even be noticed. With the information provided by the goblin slaves, Sulen finally had a more accurate understanding of the tribes around his territory. Chapter 43. You're saying that the tribes have formed an alliance to attack my territory? Sulen was not too surprised to hear the news from Four. Yes, master. Four said respectfully as he lay on the ground. Get up. If it's true, you've done a great job. Sulen put the piece of wood on the table. Thank you, master. Four said excitedly. He even wanted to kiss Sulen's boots. Johnson, send a few people to scout the territory. See if the gnolls, goblins, and kobolds have gathered. Yes, boss. I'll go arrange it right away, Johnson said as he turned around and left. After the arrangements were made, Sulen began to gather the rest of the barbarian guards. Everyone's vacation was cancelled. Sulen even gave the remaining women and children weapons. Although the women and children were women and children, they were not weak at all. If it weren't for the childish look on their faces, it wouldn't be a problem to call them adults. As barbarians, even though they were still underage, their physiques were no weaker than the average Florentine citizen. They might even be stronger. Sulen did not plan to let the women and children fight. He gave them weapons so that they could maintain order and defend the city. Sulen did not plan to passively defend. This territory had just been developed. If the gnolls, kobolds, and goblins were allowed to attack, the newly developed farmlands outside the territory would be destroyed. The blacksmith shop by the river would also be destroyed. This was unacceptable to Sulen. He had invested thousands of kinnur and spent so much time on it. If it was destroyed, he would go crazy. The blacksmith shop had made many weapons recently. After the scrap metal was melted down and recast, it had become refined iron. The quality of the weapons made with the refined iron was excellent. There was a half-body armor, a two-handed axe, a horn helmet, a pair of boots, a skirt armor, and 3 hand axes. This was the standard equipment of the barbarian guards. If one were to buy it in Kalt, it would cost at least 300 kinnur. The most expensive one was the half-body armor. It was made of refined iron and cost at least 150 kinnur. This set of equipment weighed at least 100 pounds. Normal people would find it difficult to walk with it, but the barbarians could still walk as if they were flying. It was as if they were wearing leather armor instead of iron. Over 30 barbarian warriors in metal armor and holding sharp axes stood together. Even the weakest of them was over 2 meters tall, and an invisible aura of killing intent washed over them. A timid person would probably be scared to death by these war machines. Other than these barbarian guards, Sulen had only prepared some axes and spears. Their armor was also some leather armor, and at most only metal plates were embedded in their vital parts. There were not many leather armors, and most of them were replaced by barbarian guards. Although the mercenaries had joined the territory as free citizens, they would still pick up their weapons when the territory was in danger. They were considered veterans. Although their strength was average, they were still capable of staying behind to guard the territory. The 500 serfs all retreated to the city to hide. Sulen had spent 1,500 kinnur to buy these serfs. They were to be used as farmers in the territory. He did not plan to let these serfs fight. Even if they picked up their weapons, they would be nothing more than food to the goblins and kobolds. The 1,000 goblins, kobolds, and gnolls were locked up to prevent them from causing trouble when Sulen was not around. After everything was arranged, it was already evening. Sulen brought the barbarian guards back to the Lord's castle for dinner. When Zion and Johnson went back to buy slaves last time, Sulen specifically asked him to bring back a chef from Kalt. After a few days of training by Sulen, this chef could now cook food that suited his taste. Johnson took a bite of the wheat flour pancake. The wheat flour used to make white bread was baked into a pancake, and he rolled it up with a roll of roast duck meat. It conquered his taste buds instantly, and he devoured the pancake in a few bites. "Boss, this roast duck roll is amazing." Sulen did not pay attention to this glutton. He picked up a piece of boiled mutton with his chopsticks and ate happily. Did the scouts come back? They're back. Johnson ate the rest of the roll in one bite. What's the situation like? Sulen saw Johnson eating so happily, and couldn't help but grab a roll and roll some roast duck. He rolled it up and took a big bite. Those tribes are still fighting for dominance. Johnson sneered. Those tribes in the wilderness are all bandits. It's not easy to get them to listen to you. None of them are willing to suffer losses. If they want to unite, they won't succeed without a few internal fights. They really are a bunch of mobs, Sulen said. How many of them are there? The camp is too messy. I can't calculate how many of them there are, but I estimate at least 5,000. Johnson picked up another roll and took a bite. 5,000? These trash are looking down on us too much. Do they really think they can win with numbers? Sulen laughed disdainfully. But we can't be careless. A lion will go all out to catch a rabbit, not to mention a war. Be careful. My lord is wise. Johnson flattered. It's good that they're working together. It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. This time we can deal with them all at once. It saves me a lot of trouble, Sulen said as he took a sip of ale. By the way, do you remember where the tribe's allied forces are? Of course. I asked Forer to bring 2 goblins to keep an eye on them. That's good. Sulen nodded and continued eating. Let's go after dinner. After dinner, Sulen left the camp with his barbarian guards under the cover of the night. It was still cold in the wilderness at night. Sulen tightened his clothes. Those damn tribes in the wilderness. They should have just stayed put. Why did they have to come looking for trouble? Now I have to travel in the middle of the night. Sulen was in a bad mood. As a noble with a territory, he couldn't sleep on a thick velvet bed at night. There were no pretty maids to warm his bed. And he had to travel with a group of rough men. He was in a bad mood. There was no velvet bed, no pretty maids to warm his bed. There were only 35 muscular bald men, who were more than 2 meters tall. Warm his bed? Unless you wanted to have a taste of being covered by them. Chapter 44. Under the starlight in the sky, the group hurried through the wilderness. The camp of the tribes was to the east of Sulen's territory. It was more than 80 miles away from Sulen's camp. According to the Gnoll's speed, it would take them 2 days to arrive if they attacked Sulen's territory. However, for the barbarians in Sulen, they could arrive in 3 hours if they traveled with light equipment. To save energy, Sulen brought a few carriages to transport the armor. Everyone carried their own weapons. Other than weapons, the carriages were also loaded with large amounts of pine wood. Pine wood could be found everywhere in the wilderness. This plant liked to grow in cold areas because of the high oil content in its trunk. It was very suitable for making torches. It was a must-have for traveling, killing, and robbing. There were many nocturnal animals in the wilderness. However, when they saw Sulen's group, they all ran away. The group traveled for 6 hours in the wilderness. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the morning, they arrived 3 miles away from the camp of the tribes. Master, you're finally here. A figure quickly rushed over and jumped at Sulen's feet. It was Forer. Get up. What's the situation at the camp of the tribes? Sulen asked. Master, there was a disturbance at the camp in the evening. The Gnolls from 2 tribes were fighting for food. What's the situation now? They're resting in the camp. Sulen nodded. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. People were sleeping soundly. He let the barbarian guards rest here while he and Forer sneaked toward the camp of the tribes. Suluan hid in a tree outside the encampment and secretly observed. The encampment of the allied forces of tribes was very simple and messy. It could even be said that the encampment set up by a rookie was better than this one. What made Sulen even more speechless was that no one was keeping watch at night in such a big camp. No, the goblins and kobolds who were keeping watch were already asleep. Sulen could still hear the snoring of the goblin from more than 10 meters away. After observing outside the camp for half an hour, Suluan left with Forer and returned to their temporary stronghold. After a long night's journey, as the most elite barbarian guards, they had recovered. Everyone, put on your equipment. The battle is about to begin, Sulen said as he took out a spear from his storage space. The 35 barbarian warriors immediately got into action, donning their armor. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was ready to go. The barbarian warriors in full armor began their slaughter. "Boss, I'm ready. Give me the order," Johnson said eagerly as he stroked the shiny blade of his axe. Flames danced in his eyes. "That's right, boss. We can't wait any longer. My axe is thirsty for blood. This time, I must kill to my heart's content." The barbarian warriors all asked to fight. "What's the hurry?" Sulen slapped Johnson to the side. "There are only 36 of us. There are at least 5,000 kobolds, goblins, gnolls, and trolls in the camp. If we charge in like this, how many can you kill? You won't even be able to kill all of them. Use your brains. Boss, are we going to run after one kill?" Johnson asked carefully. "Idiot." Sulen looked at him and said, "Do you see those torches? Take a few each. After we enter, don't fight. Use the torches to light up the entire camp." "Understood, boss. Take the things. We're going to start now." Sulen looked at the huge camp a few kilometers away. "The barbecue party has begun. I hope you like it." It was very quiet in the wilderness at night. Occasionally, there would be the sound of the northern wind whistling. The temperature was very low at night. Even the goblins and kobolds on night watch had hidden in a corner to sleep. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the dark bushes outside the camp. Soon, black figures emerged from the darkness one after another. These black figures were over 2 meters tall and wore heavy armor. The giant axes in their hands gleamed coldly. They were all silent, like a group of demons that had crawled out from the abyss. "Light the torches and charge with me." The torches made of pine wood were very easy to burn. After a few seconds, a ball of orange flame suddenly rose from the top of the candle. As it burned, it made crackling sounds. The air was filled with the smell of pine. All 36 torches were lit. Then, Sulen gave the order, and led the barbarian guards to form a conical formation, and charge toward the camp. Wearing weapons and equipment that weighed hundreds of pounds, the 30-odd barbarians ran with an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The heavy footsteps woke up the goblins and kobolds on night watch. After discovering the enemy, these cannon fodder shouted and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. These tribes in the wilderness did not expect Sulen to sneak in and attack at night. The defense of the camp was also arranged casually by the unlucky ones. In the end, the relaxed camp was easily breached. Sulen rushed to the gate of the camp and waved the long spear in his hand. He smashed the gate of the camp into pieces. The 30-odd barbarians followed closely behind. Everywhere they went, there were corpses everywhere. According to Sulen's orders, the group did not fight with these monsters. After charging into the camp, the barbarians started to set fire crazily. The camp of the allied tribes quickly turned into a sea of fire. The construction of the camp was very simple and messy. More and more flames started to burn. The tents were covered with a lot of oil because they were waterproof. A few small flames would ignite the entire tent. In addition, the allied tribes did not clean up the weeds in the camp, so the sparks easily ignited the withered grass. Soon the fire grew bigger and bigger. Faced with this situation, many goblins and kobolds began to run in all directions. Their escape led more goblins and kobolds to follow. These tribes in the wilderness were already problematic in the first place. After the chaos, the leaders of the tribes could not control their own armies. Some gnolls wanted to gather together, but the barbarian warriors took out their axes and threw them, splitting their heads in half. As for the monsters that did not resist, they did not kill them. Instead, they chased them from behind and let them run in all directions to create chaos. Those that dared to resist were all killed in the shortest amount of time. This was to give these tribes the greatest fear. If they ran, they had a chance to live. If they resisted, they would die. Originally, the army of these tribes was undisciplined, a motley crew. After the sudden night attack, they became even more disorderly. Chapter 45. The night was filled with flames and the sounds of fighting. The tribes had no idea how many enemies there were. Some took advantage of the chaos to retaliate. Although the tribes had formed an alliance, it didn't mean that they were harmonious. On the contrary, there was a lot of discord between the tribes. Taking advantage of the chaos, they directly attacked their old enemies. For a time, the camp was in chaos. The sounds of fighting were everywhere. Sulen and the barbarian warriors formed a cone formation that was like a sharp blade, stirring up the entire camp. As soon as the tribes showed signs of gathering, Sulen would directly disperse and kill them. Faced with such a situation, the goblins and kobolds, who could only fight with the wind, had already started to run. The goblins, on the other hand, were still trying to gather together and counterattack. But as soon as they gathered, they were crushed by Sulen and the barbarian warriors before they could even form a formation. The fully equipped barbarian guards were like high-speed heavy tanks, breaking through all the obstacles in front of them. The sharp two-handed axes were constantly swinging, one after another. The barbarians were like highly efficient harvesters, cutting rows of enemies in half. The fully equipped barbarian guards carried more than 100 pounds of weight. As they charged, they were completely invincible. The equipment that could crush ordinary people didn't seem cumbersome at all. No matter if it was the goblins or the gnolls, everyone was equal in front of the giant axes. This group of barbarian warriors with horned helmets were like demons walking out of hell. Blood soaked their armor, leaving a path of flesh and blood behind them. Although Sulen and the others charged quickly, the camp of the allied tribes was too big. A team of 36 people was still too small. Although Sulen was charging on the battlefield as fast as he could, there were still some gnolls and goblins who managed to gather together. The heavy spear in Sulen's hand flew up and down. The shrill sound of the spear breaking through the air could be heard even in the chaotic battlefield. Rows of enemies were directly swept away. Those broken bodies were obviously not going to survive. Just as he kept moving forward, he suddenly felt the weight on the spear suddenly decrease. He turned around and saw that there were no enemies standing around. In front of him, there was a vacuum in the chaotic battlefield. Across the empty space, a majestic gnoll more than 2.5 meters tall was fiercely staring at him. This gnoll was holding a flail. The handle of the flail was about 1/2 meter long. On the other end of the chain was a 1/2 meter long chain. The other end of the chain was connected to an iron ball the size of a human head. The iron ball was covered with sharp spikes. At this time, it was full of red flesh and blood. At first glance, it was frightening. Unlike the other gnolls, this gnoll was wearing a set of fine iron armor. There were hundreds of gnolls around him. Similarly, these gnolls were also wearing armor. The gnoll's armor looked simple and cumbersome. Most of the armor was made up of individual parts, such as spiked pauldrons, heavy breastplates, and rough and cumbersome wrist guards. These pieces of equipment were obviously cast. Although they looked ugly, it did not affect their use. The gnolls had mastered the casting process, but there was no way to forge complete armor. They could only use simple smelting methods. There were a dozen ragged corpses around this group of gnolls. Unsurprisingly, this group of gnolls had killed them with the flail. After seeing Sulen and the others, the gnoll leader let out a roar to the sky. The sound even covered the noisy battlefield. Human. The tall gnoll's eyes were blood red. It looked at Sulen with a murderous gaze. The heavy flail in its hand swung, and the iron ball scraped the air. The sharp sound of the flail breaking through the air was frightening. There was no doubt about the power of the flail when it was swung. Standing in front of you is the demon of the abyss, the king of gnolls, the master of the realm of Yeenagu, the descendant of the powerful demon lord Yeenagu. Hog the Skull Crusher. Damn humans! How dare you invade the territory protected by the great king of gnolls? I will smash all your heads and sacrifice them to the king of gnolls. A powerful sacrifice will definitely make the king of gnolls give me more power. Are you done? Sulen's wrist trembled slightly, and the fine steel spear shook slightly. The blood on the spear instantly slid down, revealing the still bright body of the spear. These may be the last words of your life. Please cherish them. Sulen spun the spear and held it upright. Arcs of electricity jumped and flashed around his body. Soon, more and more electricity gathered on his body and weapon. He stood at the front of the cone-shaped formation, like the god of thunder in the myths. The barbarians behind him were in high morale. and they looked at Sulen with worship. Gnoll warriors, pick up your weapons, smash their heads, and sacrifice them to the gods. Cranium Crusher Hog let out an angry roar. A strange power spread out from his body and quickly enveloped the gnolls around him. Divine Art. Bloodthirsty Rage. The eyes of the hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns were instantly bloodshot, and their bodies swelled like balloons. The blood vessels in their bodies also swelled up one by one. Their rapid breathing made them even more restless, and cracks appeared on their armor, which was originally quite fitting. The leader of the gnolls laughed grimly, then waved the flail at Sulen, and then rushed over with a howl. Thunder Spear. Suluen's clear voice penetrated the whole battlefield. A large amount of thunder and lightning burst out from his body, accompanied by the crackling sound of bones. His body directly soared to 2 meters, and streaks of lightning constantly jumped around his body. Seeing the gnolls charging at him, Sulen did not show any signs of weakness. He directly met them, waving the spear in his hand, and the gnolls in front of him flew back at an even faster speed. Almost all of the gnolls were killed in one hit. Their bones were broken, and the surface of their bodies was scorched black by the electricity. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 gnolls were dead. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and fire burst forth. Sulen was like a bulldozer, pushing forward without stopping. The gnolls could not stop him at all, and they did not even slow down Sulen. Whirling Cherry. 4 gang cheese appeared as the spear rotated. The gang cheese mixed with lightning and instantly exploded in all directions. The gang cheese and lightning were like countless sharp swords. The surrounding jack-o'-lanterns were paralyzed by the lightning, and then penetrated by the gang cheese. The jack-o'-lanterns' bodies were cut into pieces and turned into charcoal. A vacuum area with a radius of 4 meters was cleared out around Sulen. Chapter 46. The huge casualties did not make the gnolls afraid. After being buffed by bloodthirsty rage, their rationality had been reduced to the lowest point. They had no fear at all, and continued to charge towards Sulen. Facing the frenzied gnolls, the barbarian guards had no intention of retreating. The barbarian guards had already killed countless gnolls. Seeing the gnolls provoking them, Johnson roared angrily. Berserk. The gnolls' tight formation Sulen was directly broken. The barbarian guards following behind all roared. Immediately after, their muscles slightly bulged, and a powerful force emerged from their bodies. The weight of their equipment was obviously reduced in an instant. The berserk barbarian warriors did not waste any time, and instantly rushed into the gap created by Sulen. The battle became abnormally fierce as soon as it began. The barbarian warriors wielding 2-handed axes cut through the gnolls' defenses. The heavy armor did not provide much protection as flesh and blood flew everywhere. In just a moment, the gnolls were dead. Seeing that a large number of gnolls had died while only a few humans had suffered light injuries, Hog finally could not hold it in anymore and charged forward with a roar. He waved the heavy flail in his hand and instantly clashed with a barbarian warrior. The sound of the hammer and axe colliding rang out. The barbarian's axe was flipped over, and then the hammer hit his breastplate and sent him flying. Fortunately, the breastplate from the blacksmith shop was of high quality. The breastplate forged from fine iron was only slightly deformed. After knocking down the barbarian warrior, Hog did not have the slightest intention of letting him go. The flail in his hand drew an arc and once again swung towards the barbarian warrior. At this moment, a battle axe suddenly swept over. Not only did it directly send the flail flying, but it also continued to chop towards Hog. Hog's arm turned, and the flail turned in the air and once again smashed towards Johnson. Immediately after, there was the sound of metal colliding as the giant axe and the flail collided once again. Johnson waved his battle axe and pressed forward again. The heavy battle axe in his hand was like a windmill, and the sound of metal colliding continuously rang out. Clang, clang, clang. Hog swung the flail, and the shrill sound of the flail breaking through the air was constantly heard. However, after each collision he took a step back, and the expression on his face became more and more angry. Although the chain was also a heavy weapon, it did not have an advantage in this kind of continuous battle. In the past he always relied on his strength to suppress his opponents. He did not expect to be suppressed today. Under a series of attacks, Hog's body kept retreating, leaving a row of deep footprints on the ground. Suluan once again swept across, and several jackalans were swept away by a huge force, which twisted their bodies out of shape. After killing these gnolls, he turned around and saw that the barbarian guards were killing the rest of the gnolls with all their might, while Johnson was constantly reducing Hog's living space. At this rate, the battle would end soon. Sulen did not care about Johnson's battle. This was Johnson's battle. As the leader of the barbarians, Sulen needed to kill him with strong strength. This was also the honor of the barbarians. A gnoll suspected to have the thin bloodline of Yeenagu, the king of gnolls, was definitely a manifestation of his bravery. Sulen looked around. At this time, the whole camp was still in a state of chaos. However, without the barbarian guards around to prevent fire, the speed of the spread of the fire was obviously slowed down. At the same time, the leaders of some small tribes took advantage of this opportunity to gather the defeated troops. Sulen took out the wind dragon flag from the storage space, and the wind elements surrounded him. He took a deep breath and injected the magic in his body into it. Then a violent wind element appeared, and a sudden north wind blew in the wilderness. The north wind whistled and swept across the battlefield, followed by an even more violent north wind. Tornado! The howling northern wind continued to swirl. In just a few breaths, it formed two tornadoes that were dozens of meters tall. Then the two tornadoes moved quickly on the battlefield. Wherever they passed, everything, including the goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and even the burning tents, were swept up. Some tents were torn into countless pieces, and then fell in all directions with sparks. A large number of sparks fell on the tents, and the dry tents were quickly ignited. In just a few minutes, the whole camp was on fire. The two tornadoes continued to rage, rolling up a large number of flames. With the help of the wind, the flames spread faster. Soon the two tornadoes became fire tornadoes. Countless goblins, gnolls, kobolds, and even trolls who did not have time to escape were caught in them. In a few breaths, they were burned to death by the flames, and then the fat in their bodies provided more fuel for the flames. The fire tornadoes moved quickly on the battlefield, and the tribal leaders who wanted to gather the soldiers became the targets of the fire tornadoes. The fire tornadoes swept across, and all the soldiers and tribal leaders were caught in them. After a few screams, there were no more sounds. A large number of flames flew from the fire tornadoes. The gnolls had a thick layer of fur, and when the flames landed on them, it was easy to ignite them. One by one, the gnolls became human torches. Because the tribes did not belong to each other, the camp, which was in chaos after the night attack, finally collapsed completely at this moment. The tornadoes raged for about 10 minutes, and then slowly dissipated. The whole camp had become a sea of fire, and only the open space where Sulen and the barbarian guards were was not included. Just a moment ago, Johnson had swept away Hog's chain with his heavy axe and chopped off Hog's wrist with a chop. Then he followed up with another chop with his axe. Hog's head the size of a watermelon instantly flew up, and Hog's body fell down. Johnson reached out and picked up the ferocious head, then raised it high and roared at the sky. "What the hell are you roaring for?" Sulen rubbed his ears and kicked him until he was rolling on the ground. "Go clean up the battlefield and help the injured brothers." Johnson immediately went to work with his tail between his legs. With Hog's death, the most powerful gnoll tribe in the Allied army was eliminated. As for the remaining gnolls who escaped, they would probably immediately move away from this area, and this land would officially become Sulen's territory. The fire raged, and Sulen did not care about the escaping monsters. He turned around and left the camp with the barbarian guards. As for capturing captives, Sulen did not even have 40 people with him this time. In such a chaotic battlefield, there was no hurry to capture captives. At this time, except for the gnolls in the camp, most of the rest had died in the sea of fire, and a small number were directly killed by Sulen and the others. After the night attack, the tribes in the nearby wilderness disappeared at this moment. Chapter 47. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an epic victory. Under your command and leadership, A small army of 36 people successfully launched a night attack and fire attack on the Wasteland Tribe's allied forces. You have obtained a glorious victory. All the surrounding Wasteland tribes have been defeated by you. You have obtained the true ownership of this wasteland. Your name has spread far and wide. Some of the smaller tribes are filled with fear of you. Your victory has caused the other tribes to raise their eyebrows. Prestige +3. The battle has ended. You have killed 2,375 enemies. 3 of your barbarians have been injured. You have obtained 28,743 experience points. Your level has been raised. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. You have obtained a golden chest. Congratulations, host. You have defeated an army of 100 times your size 3 times in a row. You have received the title, 1 against 100. 1 against 100. After obtaining this achievement, you and your hero's army will have a permanent +10 morale. Command +10. In this battle, you have obtained 30 tempered iron essence. You have obtained the skill, Crimson Flame. Sulen added the 2 attribute points to his strength. His strength had increased to 33. Name Sullen Race, Human Strength, 33 Agility, 29 Spirit, 24 Vitality, 29 Charm, 19 Skills, omitted not the word count. Sulen looked at his attribute panel. The rewards from this battle were quite generous. Apart from the basic attributes, he had also obtained an achievement title. Both morale and command were increased by 10 points. This increased the overall strength of his troops. In the long run, it was worth it. The Crimson Flame skill was also quite good. Its effect was to summon flames in an area. It was quite good for setting fire, but the area of effect was a bit small. It could only cover a dozen square meters. With the 2 skill points, Sulen thought for a moment and upgraded the Thunder Gun. It became the Thunder Lightning Gun. Its effect was to increase his attributes and increase his lightning damage. After using his attribute points and skill points, Sulen deliberately washed his hands with water. Then he took a deep breath and opened his storage space. At this moment, there were many things piled up inside. Aside from the tempered iron essences, there was also a golden treasure chest. This was the second time Sulen had opened a golden treasure chest, so he had some experience. He opened the golden treasure chest, and the golden light disappeared. A palm-sized token appeared before him. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a recruitment token. Recruitment token. This is a token with a magical ability. After using it, you can recruit people for your territory. The effect depends on the situation around your territory. Looking at the attributes of the recruitment order, Sulen was overjoyed. This was truly a timely help. One must know that he was currently worrying about how to recruit people. Although the territory had a large population, the number of free people was too small. Relying on slaves was not a solution. He picked up the recruitment token and played with it for a while. The material used to make the token was neither gold nor wood. It was very strange. One side of the token was engraved with the word recruit, while the other side had a drawing of a person. After looking at it for a while, Sulen chose to use the recruitment token. A light flashed, and the recruitment token disappeared. The host has used the recruitment token. In the next month, the host's territory will become more attractive to other intelligent races such as humans, gnomes, gnolls, kobolds, trolls, and other hostile creatures. That's it? Sulen waited for a long time, but nothing happened. He did not see anyone. If there are no humans around my territory, does that mean I can't recruit people? System? Say something. UF*Ker, my territory is in the wilderness. Where can I find free people in the wilderness? This is a huge loss. When Sulen heard the system's notification, his face instantly darkened. System, this is a fake product. Compensate me for my golden treasure chest. Seeing that no one appeared, Sulen kept calling the system. However, the system in his mind did not respond. No matter how he called, the system did not respond. After a while, Sulen could only accept it helplessly. The fire burned until 10 o'clock in the morning before gradually extinguishing. The original camp of the Tribal Alliance army had completely disappeared, leaving only a charred empty space. Other than that, There were also a large number of burnt corpses. Sulen had already started to retreat with the barbarian guards. In the battle in the early morning, only a few of the barbarian guards were injured. The most seriously injured one of them was the one who was sent flying by the Knoll Leaderhog's chain. One of his ribs was broken. Sulen used a physical healing spell on him. Green life energy enveloped him, and soon his injuries were completely healed. Because this battle was a night attack and a fire attack, there were not many spoils of war. The Knolls had at least a few hundred pieces of iron armor and weapons. The best set was the one on the Knoll leader. Although they killed more than 2,000 enemies in this battle, there were definitely more who escaped. In the end, Sulen and the others only captured more than 200 captives in this battle. The fate of these captives was to be captured and sent to the camp as laborers. When they left, it only took them 5 or 6 hours to rush back. When they came back, they brought many captives with them. They walked for a whole day. In the evening, Sulen and the others finally returned to the territory. Seeing that they had returned with a great victory, the people who stayed in the territory could finally breathe a sigh of relief. There was no other way. This territory could only stand in the wilderness because of the strength of Sulen and the barbarian guards. After knowing that Sulen had wiped out the Tribal Alliance army in the wilderness, the whole territory was excited. Sulen was also very excited. He directly announced that there would be a victory banquet tonight. He asked his subordinates to go to the warehouse and take out the stored ale and dried meat. He also asked the barbarians to slaughter a few spotted antelopes. A bonfire was lit in the open space outside the Lord's castle, and a simple bonfire party began. Although the bonfire party was very simple, the barbarians were still very happy. The party went on until late at night, and more than 10 barrels of ale were all drunk. Then, these drunk barbarians were single-handedly carried back by their respective tigresses. After defeating all the tribes in the wilderness around the territory, Sulen finally gained a foothold in the wilderness. After the territory was safe, Sulen began to think about the future development of the territory. As a territory, the territory had to ensure that it had enough military power. This required a lot of money. In the past, there had been powerful nobles who had also defeated the tribes around the wilderness. In the end, very few of them were able to hold on for a long time. The cost of maintaining a powerful army in the wastelands was so great that even a count would feel the pinch. Chapter 48. A cavalryman would cost 70 kinnur a year, including at least 10 kinnur to maintain the horses, at least 10 kinnur for weapons and armor, and the salary of the soldiers. In the Kingdom of Florence, a cavalryman's monthly salary was 1 kinnur, which was 12 kinnur a year. In addition, a cavalryman had to be accompanied by at least 2 auxiliary soldiers. Although the cost of these auxiliary soldiers was not as high as the cavalryman, it was not a small amount in a year. This did not include the value of the horses and the loss rate of the horses. A qualified warhorse would cost at least 30 kinnur. The horses of the cavalryman would often be damaged, which was another large expense. In addition, as a pioneering territory, the early materials had to be transported from the country, which caused the cost of a cavalryman to be far more than 70 kinnur. Sometimes it would even double. Therefore, the basic cost of maintaining 1,000-man cavalryman in the pioneering territory would cost 100,000 kinnur. This was only the cost of the army. The cost of building the territory, recruiting orders, and purchasing slaves would not be lower than this. Therefore, although pioneering territory seemed to be a very glorious thing, when it was done, one would find that without a strong financial support, it was simply impossible to do so. The annual income of a count's territory plus other income was about 100,000 kinnur. How many pioneering nobles could come up with this amount of money? Even if they could come up with so much money, the investment would have to be reaped. How much could they reap from the pioneering territory? The biggest gain would be land. If it was just farming, the investment would not be recovered for at least 20 years. Of course, there were some pioneering territories that did not cost too much, but most of those territories were close to human cities. There were not many surrounding wilderness tribes, and they were weak. They only needed to maintain a small army to protect the territory. And the transportation of various materials was also close. The amount of Kinner spent was not much, but these places had long been occupied. These pioneering territories could not be taken by just anyone. For example, Sullen's pioneering order clearly stated that he had to be 300 miles away from Blackstone City to establish his territory. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Florence had the right to take back the territory. As for the nearest expansion orders, they only needed to be 50 miles away from Blackrock City. Of course, there was a limit to this expansion order. The territory could only be within a radius of 10 miles. Although there were many benefits to developing a territory close to the city, the territory was very small. More importantly, there were very few mineral resources. After all the valuable minerals had been discovered close to the city. Although Sullen's territory was far away, there was no requirement for the size of the territory. In theory, as long as you were strong enough, you could always expand outwards. However, in reality, it was very difficult for most people to defend their territory. Expanding outwards was even more impossible. Then did anyone succeed? This was for sure. Some lucky bastards discovered gold, silver, and other precious minerals when they were developing their territory. Immediately, a large number of nobles and merchants would come to support them. They would help them develop their territory and provide them with resources, all for the right to mine gold and other precious minerals. There were also some protagonists who discovered mithril in silver mines and received support from a large number of wizards. Mithril was a very important magic metal. It was very rare. In the Second Age of the Elves, it was a very precious metal. Many powerful magic equipment made by the elves used mithril. The distribution of mithril was completely irregular, and the reserves of mithril that had been discovered so far were very small. Most of the mithril ores were associated with silver ores. If there was an ounce of mithril produced every year, then the mine could be called a rich mine. However, this kind of mine was very rare. Many mines that produced mithril only produced 3 to 5 ounces a year. If mithril was found in Sullen's territory, then within 3 days, a group of wizards would come to support him in developing his territory. If he wanted resources, he would have resources. If he wanted Kinner, he would have Kinner. The wizards would even help him in person. However, mithril was something that could only be obtained by luck. Sullen didn't think he was that lucky. At this point, his territory had to find a profitable place as soon as possible. Whether it was gold, silver, or even copper, iron, or other resources in his territory, he could use these resources to attract merchants to trade. With merchants, Sullen could obtain all kinds of resources, collect taxes, and then use these resources to slowly develop his territory. After solving the external problems, Sullen brought a few barbarian warriors to look for minerals in his territory. His goal was an iron mine. When he was fighting with the gnolls, goblins, kobolds, and trolls, Sullen found that these tribes had a small amount of iron. The iron was crudely made, the quality was poor, and there was even slag that had not been taken out. Even a blacksmith's apprentice's craftsmanship was better than this, but they were still iron. Not long ago, Sullen had interrogated the captives and obtained the approximate location of this iron mine. Then he brought a few barbarian warriors to look for minerals. Speaking of which, Sullen's barbarian guards had all evolved into barbarian warriors, and a small half of them had even become barbarian axe warriors. Any one of them could easily defeat a knight. According to the information given by the gnolls, the iron mine was located in the northeast of the territory, about 50 miles away from the camp. Sullen and the others were very fast. After 2 hours, they were close to the target area. To Suluan's surprise, the location of the iron mine was easy to find. They only patrolled a few times here, and found the iron mine. The iron mine was located on a hill, bare and sparsely vegetated. Looking from a distance, there was nothing else. After approaching, they found many traces of excavation on the other side of the hillside. When they arrived, they also found some kobolds gathered here. They found a mine and even gave away miners. This was a good thing for Sullen. Sullen casually picked up a stone from the ground. It was slightly heavy and had a reddish-brown appearance. If he was not wrong, it was an iron ore. From the looks of it, this iron ore was of good quality. I didn't expect this to be an open-air mine. Looking at the mine in front of him, Sulan was very excited. One had to know that there was a big difference between an open-air mine. Although some minerals were rich in reserves, they were very difficult to mine. Some were even impossible to mine. Some were buried in the mountains or underground and needed to be excavated. The simplest open-air mine was the one in front of him. There was no need to excavate. They could just mine directly. Chapter 49. The cost of open mining was very low, and it was much safer than the mines. If this mine appeared in the Kingdom of Florence, the surrounding nobles would definitely fight for it. Although it was only an iron mine, the investment was low, and the profits were higher than the average silver mine. After confirming the location of the mine, Sulan opened the strategic map and looked at it. He wanted to find the nearest route to the territory. Soon Sulan found something on the map. There was a river about 1 kilometer away from the mine. Sulan went to check it out. The river was between 8 to 13 meters wide and 2 to 3 meters deep. The flow was average, so it was just an ordinary river. However, this small river was actually a tributary of the White Water River. If it continued for about 3 kilometers in the northeast direction, it would merge into the White Water River. Then it would flow upstream along the White Water River, and finally return to the territory's pier. With this river, the ore mined from the mine could be transported to the territory by water. Water transportation had too many advantages over land transportation. Not only was the volume large, the speed was fast, and the cost was low. The river was 3 meters deep and 8 meters wide. Although it couldn't handle large ships, it was more than enough to transport iron ore. Slaves were also used to mine the ore, so the cost was also very low. In addition, Sulan's territory had already used the hydraulic forging machine, so the labor cost was reduced again. As for the furnace and fuel to smelt the ore, the cost was also very low. The cost of this part was also very low. There were trees everywhere in the wasteland, and they could also use slaves to cut them down. In this way, the cost of forging a piece of tempered iron was shockingly low. For example, the equipment Sulan made for his barbarian guards would cost at least 200 kinner in Kalt. However, in Sulan's territory, the cost of this set of equipment was only 30 kinner at most. Excluding the labor cost and transportation cost, the most expensive forging cost was also replaced by the hydraulic forging machine. The new blast furnace in the territory increased the production and lowered the cost again. Therefore, the cost of this set of equipment was so low. Even if Sulan sold the equipment at 150 kinner per set, he could easily make a large profit. Moreover, such a low price could also attract merchants who were willing to take the risk to trade here. Having made his decision, Sulan didn't stay here any longer. He had the 2 barbarian warriors instruct the kobolds to build houses here. While Sulan hurried back to his territory, there were 1,500 goblins, kobolds, and gnolls in the territory. Among them, the goblins were the most numerous, with about 700 of them. The kobolds were second with about 500, and the gnolls had about 200 of them. Although the kobolds weren't very strong, they were good at mining. Sulan planned to send these 500 kobolds to the mine to mine. In addition to the 200 kobolds in the mine, there were close to 800 kobold miners, which was more than enough. They also needed to form a team to protect the mine. However, this meant that the territory, which had a sufficient population, became short of manpower again. Sulan already felt that his barbarian guards were lacking in manpower. There were very few freedmen in the territory, so he couldn't recruit human soldiers. As for the barbarian women and children, some of them could join the reserve force, and many of the barbarian youths would come of age next year. Even so, distant water couldn't quench the immediate thirst. This situation couldn't be changed in a short period of time. The recruitment order he used last time hadn't even recruited a single person. Sulan had completely given up. He planned to mine some iron ore and bring it back to forge weapons. After the weapons were forged, he would have Zeon transport the weapons to Kalt to sell them. With the low cost here, even if the price was lowered, he could still make a lot of money. Once he had money, he would go to the slave market to buy serfs or other slaves. These slaves would be used to fill the lack of population in the territory. Other than that, Sulen also planned to advertise his territory in the surrounding cities to attract the commoners who wanted to obtain land to become freedmen. Because there hadn't been any war in the surrounding areas of Kalt for decades, the population had skyrocketed. Many people were born without land. In this world, property was inherited by the eldest son. The other sons would become independent once they reached adulthood. This situation caused many people to have no farmland or money, so they could only work in the cities. Most of the mercenaries were like this. Those who owned land rarely migrated. Sulen's territory held no attraction for them. Only those who had nothing would be willing to take the risk and cross hundreds of miles to live in Sulen's territory. Sulen's target was these people. He wanted to recruit them to become his freedmen. Although most of these people had no assets, as long as they worked hard in the territory, Sulen would pay them wages and let them set up a family business in the territory. Alternatively, he would sell the land to them in installments. In fact, Sulen was already considering restoring the freedom of his serfs. Of course, he wouldn't do that now. He planned to let these slaves work for a few years, and then revoke their status step by step, making them free. Although it seemed that Sulen had suffered a great loss by releasing the slaves, in fact, this was not the case. When they were slaves, they naturally wouldn't work as slaves. Even if they were forced to work, their efficiency would be high. Although it would save money, it wouldn't create much value. However, if Sulen made an agreement with them, as long as they worked hard for him for a few years, their status as slaves would be pardoned, and they would become free. In that case, the motivation of these slaves would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. After a few years, when these slaves became free, they would naturally want a better life. Then, they would definitely work harder and contribute to Sulen's taxes. In this way, the value they would create would be much higher than the value of the slaves. Of course, Sulen didn't do this right from the start. After all, the power of tradition in this world was still very strong. At least, he was going to wait until he was stronger before doing this. If he was in the south, Sulen would probably be worried about the influence of the surrounding territories. However, in the northern wasteland, where the mountains were high and the emperor was far away, basically no one would care. P.S. Thank you to Shirya Art for your 100 Chidian coins. Thank you to Dejected Death for your 100 Chidian coins. Chapter 50. North of the northern wilderness, in the Sierra de Lotus, about 300 kilometers away from Sulen's territory, on an icy peak. The cold wind from the polar ice field whistled past. It was already a world of ice and snow. Snowflakes floated in the sky. As the cold wind blew, countless ice crystals spun and formed small whirlwinds. Boom! A mature bison that weighed close to a ton was thrown on a cliff. A gust of wind blew past, and then a huge black shadow fell from the sky. It had a grayish-white body, a pair of fleshy wings, and sharp claws that looked like they were made of steel easily left deep scratches on the rock that was frozen like steel. Its appearance was very similar to the pterosaurs of the dinosaur era, but compared to the pterosaurs, it was much bigger. Any adventurer who had learned how to identify monsters would be able to recognize that it was a Cryopterus at a glance. Cryopterus. The cold-type Euron was a type of pterosaur. It looked very similar to the pterosaurs, but because of its impure bloodline, pterosaurs did not have dragon scales, only a layer of dragon skin. They had strong hind limbs, and their forelimbs were attached to the wing bones of their wings. This made it very difficult for them to move on the ground. By sacrificing their ability to move on the ground, they had a stronger flying ability than the pureblood dragons. Cryopterus usually lived in small groups on the top of mountains in cold areas. The Cryopterus in front of them was an adult male pterosaur. At this time, it had just returned from a hunt. The bison that weighed a ton had been frozen stiff, but this did not affect the pterosaur's appetite. A female pterosaur that was similar in appearance but slightly larger in size was using her sharp teeth to bite the most tender part of the bison's meat. This female pterosaur had some difficulty moving, and her abdomen was obviously a little protruding. It was obvious that this pterosaur was about to lay eggs. It was difficult for dragons to reproduce. Pterosaurs would lay eggs about once every 3 to 5 years. Each time, they would lay 3 to 7 eggs. A dragon's roar was heard, and the surrounding sky was filled with the sound of flapping wings. Then a few Cryopteris landed on the surrounding cliffs. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Sulen woke up on time. He rubbed his forehead to get rid of the sleepiness. After putting on his clothes, Sulen yawned and walked out of the room. He had been running back and forth between the territory and the mine for the past few days. Although he was not physically tired, he was a little annoyed. He needed more management staff. Otherwise, he would have to manage so many things. He was prepared to enjoy being a lord. He did not want to be surrounded by mountains of official business every day. Breakfast was oatmeal with some jerky, wild vegetables, and so on. The heat was just right, and a big bowl of oatmeal directly awakened his taste buds. Sulen drank 2 bowls in one go, patted his belly and left the restaurant. After breakfast, Sulen first went to check on the various construction sites in the territory, took care of some things, and then went to patrol around the territory. Because of the mine, there were fewer slaves reclaiming land outside the town. At this time, more than 6,000 acres of land had been reclaimed in the territory, and hundreds of serfs were planting potatoes. After patrolling around the territory, Sulen went to the mine again. This time, Sulen went to the mine by boat. Just yesterday, the construction of the port in the Whitewater River had been completed. Boarding the boat at the port, it could directly go down the river. It only took half an hour to reach the mine. The water in this part of the Whitewater River was not turbulent, so although the quality of the boats made in Sulen's territory was poor, they could still sail. Soon, Sulen went ashore near the mine. At this time, the port had become a construction site. A large number of slaves were digging near the river. Because the river was 1 kilometer away from the mine, he was going to dig a canal here to reach the mine. Beacon. Just as he was about to go ashore, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Sulen looked up and saw in the blue sky a beacon rising in the distance. A beacon, more than 100 people. I didn't expect there to be a tribe here. Seeing the beacon, Sulen laughed. We don't have many slaves here. Catch all of them to mine. A few barbarians beside him couldn't help but pull out their weapons and look in the direction of the beacon. They were eager to fight. Let's go directly. Sulen took out his spear, pointed with the tip, and led a few barbarians in that direction. Soon, Sulen and the others arrived at the beacon. The beacon was built on a mound, and they could see everything from here. Standing on top and looking out, he saw a group of about 100 black figures slowly moving towards them from the distant wilderness. Sulen shaded his eyes with his hand and looked carefully for a while. Those black figures weren't goblins or kobolds, but more like humans. As time passed, those black figures got closer and closer. Soon, Sulen saw clearly that those people were indeed humans, the Northern Barbarians. The Northern Barbarians was the general name given by the Kingdom of Florence to the humans living in the northern wilderness. For example, the barbarians under Sulen were a branch of the Northern Barbarians. Most of the Northern Barbarians lived in tribes. They were tall and were half nomadic and half farming. In fact, each tribe was equivalent to a race. No one knew exactly how many races there were. Under Sulen's gaze, the group of Northern Barbarians stopped about 300 meters away from the beacon. Then, under Sulen's surprised gaze, they walked over with a white flag on a spear. Just as Sulen was puzzled, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Because they admire your bravery, a group of Northern Barbarians wishes to join you. This is the effect of the recruitment order. Sulen's eyes widened. He had already forgotten about this matter. He did not expect it to actually work. Boss, that person is coming. Should we attack? A barbarian beside him suddenly reminded. No need. Sulen stopped a few guys behind him who were eager to attack, then looked at the person. Don't attack. I am the leader of the giant bear tribe, Boulder. I came with good intentions. I request to see the Lord Sulen. Boulder placed his right hand on his chest and bowed. This barbarian called Boulder was also a barbarian, but the tattoo on his body was a giant bear. As the leader, he was the strongest warrior in the giant bear tribe. He was 3 meters tall, not inferior to Johnson at all. His muscles were firm and well-proportioned, and he looked very powerful. However, their clothes were very shabby and were basically made of animal skin. Their appearance looked very dirty. It was obvious that these people were not living well. "I am Sulen. Why are you looking for me?" Sulen came down from the beacon, empty-handed, and walked over with a relaxed expression. Chapter 51. You're Sir Sulen? Boulder looked at Sulen in surprise. He never thought that someone who was shorter than the average height of their tribe would be Sulen. "I don't think anyone here would dare to pretend to be me." Suluan shrugged and said. He was now very curious about these people. How did the recruitment order recruit them? "Dear Monseigneur Sulen, I greet you on behalf of the entire giant bear tribe." Boulder quickly said. "You don't have to greet me." Sulen waved his hand and pointed. "Are you guys migrating?" Boulder was a little embarrassed. He hesitated and continued. "Monseigneur Sulen, the giant bear tribe would like to join your territory and pledge our loyalty to you. Please accept us." As soon as he finished speaking, Sulen heard the system prompt again. "The giant bear tribe would like to pledge their loyalty to you and apply to join your territory. Do you accept?" "Is that so? That's great. Welcome to the team." Suluan agreed without hesitation when he heard the notification. Then a new team appeared on his system interface. Giant Bear Tribe, Northern Barbarians. Number, 153. Loyalty, 85. Morale, 70. There were more detailed data below. There were 38 barbarians in this group. The strongest one was a level 3 barbarian warrior, just like Johnson. The rest were level 2 barbarian warriors. The rest were the elderly, women, and children. With the addition of the Giant Bear Tribe, Sullen's military power doubled. Although it seemed that the new Giant Bear Tribe warriors were a little weak, they would quickly level up after a few battles. Therefore, Sulen was not worried about their strength. Although Suluan wanted to expand the heavy infantry, he actually preferred to have archers. His territory only had one type of unit, which made him easy to be targeted. For example, if he encountered cavalry or even more disgusting mounted archers, he wouldn't be able to run as fast as them, nor would he be able to catch up to them. So adding a few more types of units to cooperate in battle was the best choice. After that, Boulder brought more than 100 people into Sullen's territory. Sulen gave a few simple instructions and led Boulder and the rest to the town. After returning to the territory, Sulen asked people to prepare food for them while he communicated with Boulder. After a while, he had a rough understanding of the Giant Bear Tribe. The Giant Bear Tribe originally lived in the northeast of Sullen's territory, near the Sierra de Lotus. However, not long ago, a group of Cryopteris came to the Sierra de Lotus. These Cryopteris built their nests in the Sierra de Lotus and used it as their hunting area. In the face of the Cryopteris, the Giant Bear Tribe could not resist at all. They could only migrate to the south. It was during the migration that they heard of Sullen's reputation. After learning that Sulen had a group of powerful barbarian warriors under him, they decided to try to join. In the past, there were barbarians who wanted to join the Kingdom of Florence, but not many succeeded. After all, although barbarians were strong, they were not suitable for recruiting soldiers. Therefore, there were very few lords and cities that were willing to accept them. When Sulen heard that there was a group of Cryopteris in the Sierra de Lotus, he was very surprised. After all, although Cryopteris were not pure-blooded dragons, they were still very strong. In fact, in this world, as long as one had a relationship with dragons, they were not weak. Even the weakest dragon descendant, the Kobold descendant, was not weaker than a barbarian warrior. The Kobold descendant had mastered at least one spell, and it was basically the Fireball spell. Although the Fireball spell was a common skill in the game in his previous life, in this world, the Fireball spell was a powerful level 3 evocation skill. One Fireball spell could damage or even destroy the best armor in Sullen's territory. Cryopteris was even stronger. The Gale Tiger that Sulen killed before was like a little brother to Cryopteris. Cryopteris also inherited the breath of the pure-blooded dragons. Although it was not as powerful as a real dragon, it was still not to be underestimated. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Cryopteris could fly. As long as it did not land, it could only passively take a beating. As for arrows, for Cryopteris with their tough dragon skin, ordinary arrows were equivalent to scratching an itch. They could not break through their defense at all. Only the special arrows shot from the special crossbow could threaten them. Of course, if the distance was too far, the crossbow would not be able to exert its power. In fact, Cryopteris was not necessarily comparable to the ground dragons in terms of destructive power. In fact, when the number of ground dragons reached a certain level, the power they could unleash was even more amazing. But who asked them to be able to fly? After Sulen heard that there were frost dragons in the Sierra de Lotus, he wondered if he should catch one. Of course, it would be great if he could catch one as a mount. Not only was it powerful, but it could also fly. He remembered that the Lorenz kingdom wanted to form a pterosaur knight regiment, but so far, the number of knights in the regiment had not exceeded 50. Although Cryopteris was a Euron, its value was still very high. First of all, the dragon skin could be used to make dragon leather armor. This kind of leather armor was comparable to iron armor in terms of defense, and it was also light and easy to carry. Dragon blood was also a good magic material, and the rest of the internal organs were essential materials for refining many kinds of magic potions. A complete Cryopteris corpse could be sold for at least 10,000 or 20,000 kinner. As for the dragon egg, it was difficult to estimate its value. If there was a way to tame a Euron, it would naturally be worth tens of thousands of kinner. If there was no way to tame it, it would not be so valuable. Although Euron did not have the inheritance of a real dragon, they could still pass down some things from their genetic memory. It was very difficult to tame them. According to Boulder, the group of Cryopteris was only 200 kilometers away from his territory at most. At such a close distance, the frost pterosaur could fly there at full speed for an hour. It could be said that Sulen's current location was also within the hunting range of the frost pterosaur. If Suluan was alone, the ice Quetzalcoatlus wouldn't be much of a threat. As long as it dared to attack him, Suluan was 100% sure that he could kill it. But for the territory, other than Johnson, everyone was a match for the ice Quetzalcoatlus. Even Johnson could only passively defend. He lacked long-range attacks, so the territory's hands were tied when dealing with such a large flying monster. It seems that I need to make a few ballistas as soon as possible, Sulen thought to himself. It just so happened that the 30 pieces of refined iron from the last battle were just right to make ballistas. Chapter 52. Sulen was lying on a rocking chair under a tree, munching on sunflower seeds. Not far away, a fierce battle was taking place. Both sides were barbarians, but the scene was a little strange. The battle was completely one-sided, but this kind of result was actually very normal. After all, one side was a newly joined giant bear tribe, and was only a level 2 barbarian, while his opponent was a level 4 giant axe warrior. There was a difference of 2 levels between the two sides. Boom! A figure fell heavily to the ground. The winner was decided. This battle was not arranged by Sulen. In fact, it was requested by Boulder. He wanted to show Sulen the bravery of the bear tribe's warriors. Sulen tried to persuade him not to fight. He believed in their bravery, but Boulder felt that Sulen was just patronizing him, so he insisted on fighting with Johnson. Sulen could only agree. What happened next almost made Boulder think that they were fighting frost giants. In front of Johnson and the others, the young men in his tribe were like children who had just learned to walk. They were no match for them at all. It was just that he had arranged to have sex with her. No, the battle that he had arranged. Even if he had tears in his eyes, he had to finish it. When the last warrior was thrown out of the arena, the battle finally ended. Looking at the despondent Boulder, Sulen felt a little guilty. Had he gone too far this time? He wanted to comfort him, but in the next second, Boulder dragged Johnson to eat. The arrival of more than 100 barbarians from the bear tribe doubled the number of warriors in the territory. However, the food supply became tight again. These barbarians all had huge appetites. They ate 2 to 3 times more than a normal person. After a long period of hunting around the territory, the prey had learned to be smart and would consciously avoid Suluan's territory. As a result, in addition to fishing every day, there were fewer and fewer game. The winter in the northern wilderness was very long, at least 4 months, so Su Luan had to prepare enough food to survive the winter. If they couldn't find food in the wastelands, they would have to buy it in Kalt. They needed Kinnar to buy food, and the territory could be said to be extremely poor right now. They simply did not have the money to buy food. Left with no choice, Sulen began to rummage through his belongings to see if there was anything he could use to exchange for money. There were a dozen or so low-quality gems in one box. These were spoils of war from previous battles, and their quality varied. If they were sold like this, they would be worth 300 to 400 Kinnar at most. There were also some weapons and equipment, but because they had been given to the barbarians, there weren't many left. If they were all sold, they could be sold for around 1,000 Kinnar. After a rough calculation, there were still 1,400 pieces of Kinnar left. After deducting all kinds of taxes, they could buy about 10 wagons worth of supplies from Kalt. In the past, with so many supplies, they could survive the winter if they were frugal. However, with the addition of 500 serfs and 150 barbarians, the supplies could only last them for a month at most. 5,000 mu of potatoes had been planted outside the town. These potatoes would take 3 to 4 months to mature. Only then would the territory be considered to have sufficient food. Therefore, Sulen had to prepare at least 4 months' worth of food in their territory. But now, the territory's food reserves could only last them for a month and a half at most. The gap was as high as 2.5 months. Playing with the gems in his hand, Sulen suddenly thought of processing these gems into jewelry. After all, the profit from selling raw materials was a few times or even a dozen times greater than the profit from selling finished products. Sulen had seen a lot of jewelry from this world at his cheap father's place. To be honest, the craftsmanship of this world's jewelry was not very good. The shapes were monotonous and the styles were old-fashioned. They could not be compared to the jewelry he saw in his previous world. After finding a few craftsmen, Sulen handed the gems to them to be polished. Then, he took out a piece of parchment and began to design the jewelry. Because the craftsman's skills were limited, Sulen did not dare to design too complicated a design. He only drew a few simple sketches from his memory. To make this batch of jewelry, Sulen melted the few pieces of Kinnar he had into gold, and let the craftsman work on them. The gold was soft, so Sulen added some other metals to it to increase the strength of the jewelry. Of course, he would not admit that the gold was insufficient. After a few days, the jewelry Sulen designed was finally completed. The most valuable one was a pair of bracelets. The best quality gemstones in the treasure chest were a ruby and a sapphire. These 2 gemstones were embedded in the bracelets. The bracelets were shaped in the image of a phoenix. Sulen modified them according to the phoenix images he saw in his previous world. In the end, the bracelets could be called a piece of art. The 2 gemstones were polished and cut before they were embedded in the bracelets. The cut gemstones were embedded in the eyes and the tail. The largest gemstone was embedded in the body. Monseigneur, this pair of bracelets is so beautiful. It's like a piece of art that only elves can make. Cooley, who had just become a jewelry master, praised. That's right, Lord Ju. This pair of bracelets is so beautiful. The design you designed is amazing. The craftsmen racked their brains to describe this pair of jewelry bracelets with their own limited vocabulary. Wait, what did you just say? Sulen suddenly interrupted. This pair of bracelets is beautiful? The craftsmen looked at each other and said. No, it's in the front. Sulen shook his head and continued. A piece of art that only elves can make? Another craftsman asked carefully. That's it. Sulen clapped his hands and said excitedly, an elven piece of art. Then, the exquisite pieces of jewelry left the place excitedly. An elven piece of art? The craftsmen looked at each other, and then lowered their heads to continue with their work. Sulen took the exquisite jewelry back to the house, and asked someone to call Xian. What do you think of these pieces of jewelry? Superb craftsmanship. Exquisite beyond compare. Jean exclaimed in admiration as he looked at the pieces of jewelry in astonishment. These are elven pieces of jewelry, Sulen said calmly. What? Xian was confused. I mean claim that these pieces of jewelry are elven pieces of art. Sulen emphasized the word elven. But, Xian was hesitant. No buts. Sulen interrupted. These are elven pieces of art. Such exquisite jewelry can only be made by elves, right? Chapter 53. Jean, don't feel any psychological pressure. In all fairness, aren't these jewelry exquisite? Sulen picked up a piece of jewelry and said to Jean, yes, these jewelry are the most exquisite jewelry I've ever seen. Jean nodded and said, that's it. We need to give him a reasonable price for this exquisite jewelry. Sulen said, as for jewelry made by real elves, how many people have seen it now? Sulen picked up the bracelets in the shape of the phoenix and said, since few people have seen it, what are you worried about? When the time comes, you can say that it was found in the ruins, and then with a little guidance, with the degree of delicacy of these jewelry, those people will naturally believe it. Why did Sulen have to drag these jewelry to the elves? It was very simple, because of the price. In the human countries, the nobles were very popular with the things left by the elves, so as long as it was related to the elves, the price would be at least several times higher. His cheap father's second wife brought a necklace from her parents' home that was said to be made by the elves, which was said to be a wedding gift prepared by her father, Marquis Osborne. Sulen also saw it several times at the time. To be honest, the necklace was indeed beautifully made, but it was similar to the jewelry in his hands. This was also the reason why he dared to pretend that the jewelry was made by the elves. The elves had returned to the elven forest for hundreds of thousands of years, and there were only a few pieces of jewelry made by the elves, so Sulen was not worried at all that this would be exposed. Jean was indeed a business-minded guy. After being reminded by Sulen, he immediately prepared a set of excuses, and then after Sulen filled in the gaps, a story was made up by him. Originally, the price of these exquisite jewelry was more than 1,000 kinner at most, but now with the blessing of the elves' background, it could be sold for at least 5,000 kinner. 5,000 kinner, all bought into food, was enough to support his territory through the winter. After discussing with Jean, Sulen asked him to go back and prepare. The caravan would set off in a few days. This time, Sulen was going to let half of the new barbarians go, and Johnson was going to take half of them, in order to let the new barbarians experience several battles and grow up as soon as possible. With the veterans like Johnson, Sulen didn't have to worry about the new barbarians being at a disadvantage. The goblins, kobolds, gnolls and so on they encountered along the way would be leveled up after a few rounds. After dealing with the matter, he began to deal with the territories facing the territory. Generally speaking, the ice Quetzalcoatlus would not attack humans because compared to the bison, deer, and antelope in the wilderness, the risk of attacking humans was higher, so it was safe here for the time being. However, after winter, animal activities in the wilderness would be scarce, and the ice Quetzalcoatlus would likely attack humans when there was not enough prey. Sulen couldn't entrust the safety of his territory to the ice Quetzalcoatlus, so the best way was to make a ballista. Before this, Sulen had made a ballista and was very familiar with the structure of the ballista. More importantly, he later obtained mechanical control and a lot of mechanical knowledge, so he had some ways to improve the ballista. There were also ballistas in this world. They were called ballistas, giant ballistas, and other different names, but in fact, they were the same thing. The ballista's structure was complicated, and it was very difficult to operate. A ballista required 8 to 10 people to complete. The range of the ballista could reach up to 1,000 meters, but in fact, it was not very powerful at this distance, let alone accuracy. In fact, the effective range of the ballista was between 400 and 600 meters. Of course, it was difficult to guarantee the accuracy. This kind of ballista was powerful. It used a 2-meter-long javelin as a weapon. It could shoot into a rammed earth city wall within 400 meters, and even a brick city wall could be more than a foot deep. Even Cryopteris would not be well off if it was shot by this kind of ballista. However, although this weapon was powerful, it also had many shortcomings. First of all, the loading speed was slow, and several strong men were needed to work together to load it. Second, the accuracy was low. Basically, after more than 200 meters, the ballista would lose its accuracy. Third, it was difficult to transport. The ballista was heavy, and generally, it was fixed on the city wall. Fourth, it was difficult to maintain. The bowstring used in the ballista was specially made. It was best to use the tendons of some high-grade magical beasts, but this kind of tendon was too rare and expensive. Therefore, most ballistas use specially processed cow tendons. Several cow tendons were wound into one, and silk and steel wire were mixed and wound. The bowstring made in this way had a short lifespan. Basically, the bowstring would need to be replaced after 6 or 7 times. There were also some other shortcomings. After Sullen's modification, although not all of these shortcomings were solved, they were improved a lot. The most obvious improvement was that the loading speed had increased. During the loading part, pulleys and levers were used. The operation of the ballista was also much easier. At the same time, the ballista was made of stainless steel, which made maintenance easier and increased its lifespan. Of course, this was not all good. As a result, the weight of the ballista increased again. Sullen divided the design of the ballista into various parts, and let the blacksmith make them according to the drawings. In the end, he assembled all the parts himself. This way, only he knew the craftsmanship of the ballista. The bowstring of the ballista was made from the tendons of the stormwind tiger. After special processing, a total of 16 bowstrings were made. This time, Sullen planned to make 8 ballistas. 8 of the bowstrings would be installed directly, and the rest would be left as backups. The 8 ballistas were placed on the 4 sides of the town. Sullen had purposely built 8 high platforms in the town to install the ballistas. With these 8 ballistas, even Cryopteris would have to think twice before attacking. The construction of the territory was still proceeding in an orderly manner. The first batch of iron ore from the mines was also transported to the port by water. Although the speed of a boat going against the current was very slow and the boatman needed to paddle, it was still much faster than transporting it by land. Sullen knew very well what the conditions of the roads in the wilderness were like. In comparison, the amount of ore transported by ship was more than 10 times that of a horse carriage. After the ship docked, the goblin slaves who had been waiting for a long time began to unload the ore. The ore would then be sent to the furnace of the blacksmith. At the latest, the first batch of ironware produced by the mines would be ready the day after tomorrow. Chapter 54. Ding. The host's farming data has been loaded. When the farmlands outside the town reached 10,000 mu, Sullen suddenly heard the system prompt. He opened the system panel, and all kinds of data were clearly displayed. How much land was cultivated, and even the current state of the farmlands, drought, pest, disease, normal, good, and so on were all displayed in the data. With this farming system, Sullen's control over the territory became higher, and he could also provide various solutions according to the status of the farmlands. The system automatically divided the farmlands into 3 grades according to the fertility of the farmlands. Some of the 10,000 mu of farmlands had been allocated to the barbarians and the citizens of the town. As for the remaining 5,000 mu, he planned to sell them. Of course, because the population of the territory was still small, he had to wait until the population reached a certain size before he could sell them. According to the data of the Kingdom of Florence, a family of 4 would need at least 10 mu of land to survive. Of course, the actual situation was about 15 mu. After all, farming technology was limited, and the output was not stable. Plus, the barbarians were big eaters, so the number of farmlands would be doubled. When Sullen first built this territory, he built it on the scale of 5,000 people, so he needed at least 20,000 mu of farmlands. In addition, he also needed to raise soldiers, so the number of farmlands was naturally more. So he planned to cultivate 30,000 mu of farmlands. If he cultivated all the land he occupied, it would be at least 100,000 mu, enough to support the early expansion of his territory. With farmlands, there would be food, and with iron ore there would be weapons. It could be said that the basic conditions of his territory were very good. If this was in the Kingdom of Florence, such a territory would have been occupied long ago, and he would not have a chance. The only commodity in the territory now was weapons. The arms trade had a great political significance. It was fine to sell in small quantities, but if he wanted to sell in large quantities, he would have to get the permission of the nobles in the north. After all, this was an arms trade before he transmigrated. Sulen wanted to develop his territory, so he had to spend a lot of effort to find a way out of this trade. The wilderness was rich in wood resources. Of course, in this era, the development and utilization of the surrounding natural environment was still very limited. Basically, all the cities had forests outside. Unless the wood had a special use, the profits from these woods would be pitifully low even if they were transported to Kalt. Northern wastelands. It was said that the area was 10 times larger than the entire kingdom of Florence. There were all kinds of wild races living here. At the northernmost part of the northern wasteland was the polar glacier, which was the coldest place on the continent. It was said that frost giants and giant dragons lived there. To the east of the northern wastelands was the sea. To the south was Florence and the southern kingdoms. To the west was the desert of death. Sulen was located at the edge of the northern wastelands. The northern wastelands was actually what the southern countries called this place. In fact, it should be called the endless wastelands. In this wasteland, there were mountains, rivers, forests, grasslands, and even swamps. Every country wanted to take it for themselves, but after hundreds of years, there was still not much progress. Don't think that the wastelands were filled with races like gnolls and goblins. They were at the bottom of the food chain. Barbarian tribes, ogre tribes, centaur tribes, half-elves, and orc tribes were the middle layer of the endless wastelands. In addition to these, there were many unknown dangers living in this area. There were also many magical beasts living in the wastelands. For example, the stormwind tiger Sulen killed last time was at the bottom of the list of high-level magical beasts. The Cryopterus was the most powerful magical beast. It was said that there were even legendary magical beasts living in some hidden areas of the wastelands. They were existences that could compete with pure-blooded giant dragons. If one day, a King Kong demon ape or Hydra suddenly appeared in the wastelands, Sulen wouldn't be surprised. Sulen was patrolling the surrounding wastelands with his men. He wanted to find resources that could be traded in his territory. If he was lucky enough to find a gold mine, then he would have all the funds to develop his territory. Unfortunately, gold was something that could only be hoped for. "Boss, it's already noon. Let's eat and rest first," a barbarian warrior reminded him. "It's already noon." Sulen looked at the sky and said, "Let's go hunt around and get some food. We'll continue looking after we're full." They found a high ground and started a fire to cook. 2 barbarian warriors went to hunt while the others stood guard around. Sulen opened the system's strategic map and marked it. In the past few days he did find some resources, but none of them were worth developing. There was no gold mine in his territory. If he found a salt mine, it would be a big deal. Salt was a necessary condiment for humans, and was a very important resource. If Sulen found a salt mine, he could quickly make a fortune by selling it. Unfortunately, he didn't find a salt lake or a salt mine. A fragrance drifted over and attracted his attention. Sulen looked up and saw that lunch was ready. He put down his thoughts and took out his utensils to enjoy the delicious meal. The main dish for lunch was a Mongolian gazelle, which had been roasted and sprinkled with a layer of special seasoning. Sulen ate a large piece of it. There was also a pot of fish soup in an iron pot next to him. In addition to fish, there were also some plant tubers in it. After eating the roasted meat, a large bowl of fish soup was filled. Sulen enjoyed the food with a satisfied expression. However, as soon as the fish soup entered his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly drank a few more mouthfuls as if to confirm something. "Robin, who made the soup today?" Sulen shouted in surprise. "What's wrong, boss? Is there a problem with the soup?" Robin's expression changed, and he looked around vigilantly. "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with the soup," Sulen quickly explained when he saw Robin's nervous expression. "And it tastes good. I just want to know who made the soup." "Is that so? Today's soup was made by Bard. He's standing guard over there. I'll call him over." Robin quickly came over with a barbarian warrior. "You're Bard?" "Yes, boss. I'm Bard. I joined the territory with the Boulder leader, Bard said excitedly. Sulan nodded and pointed at the bowl of soup. You made the soup today? Yes. What method did you use to make it sweet? Suluan hurriedly asked after getting the confirmation. Oh, you're asking about the beetroot, right? Bard said with realization. Chapter 55. Beetroot. Sulan paused for a moment before asking. Where did you find it? Do you have any more? It's on the slope over there. There's still a lot. Bard pointed at the slope not far away. The two arrived at the slope, where a large patch of lush plants grew. They looked a bit like the radishes in his previous life. Monsignor, this is the beetroot. My mother found it when we were in the giant bear tribe. Bard dug out a beetroot and handed it to Sulan. Sulan took the beetroot and shook off the soil on it. The beetroot looked like a short and fat radish with a sharp root and red skin. After washing it with water, Sulan cut off a small piece and tasted it. A sweet taste instantly filled his mouth. It's so sweet, Sulan said in surprise. The beetroot was very sweet, much sweeter than the sugarcane he ate in his previous life. He wasn't sure when he drank the beetroot soup, but after tasting it for himself, he was finally sure that the beetroot was the beet from his previous life. This kind of beet was widely planted in the north. Apart from being eaten as a vegetable, its biggest use was to extract sugar. Sugar was a luxury accessory in ancient times, and was much more expensive than salt. At that time, there weren't many ways to obtain sugar. Apart from some fruits, the only other way was to obtain sugar from honey. There were no railways, no cars, no highways, and no high-speed trains. Fruits weren't easy to preserve, so it wasn't easy to eat them. When he was in Kalen City in the south, apart from some local fruits, there were only preserved fruits from the desert kingdom, such as dates and raisins. Of course, there were also white sugar and honey, but the amount of white sugar was very small and very expensive. The white sugar was shipped from the south, and the amount produced every year was pitifully small. The sugar extraction process in this era was still very primitive. The south used sugarcane to extract sugar, and the color of the extracted sugar was reddish-brown. The amount of white sugar was even less. Suluan found sugar beets here. As long as he planted them on a large scale, his territory would produce a large amount of white sugar every year. Although white sugar was not a necessity or even a luxury compared with salt, for the nobles, it was a regular item. In fact, there wasn't much difference between white sugar and brown sugar. The sugar content was also similar, but brown sugar didn't taste as good as white sugar. It had a bitter taste. Therefore, the price of brown sugar and white sugar were very different, and the nobles could only use white sugar to entertain their guests. If news of them using brown sugar to entertain their guests spread, they would become a joke in the nobles' circle. It was said that the white sugar produced by the Southern City-State Alliance was made with the help of wizards. Most of the white sugar produced in other places were the same. Sulan knew a way to use brown sugar. Brown sugar was white 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 sugar was brown sugar? In this era, humans didn't have a good way to get rid of the impurities, but Sulan knew a simple and effective way to filter out the impurities in brown sugar. Sulan put down the beetroot in his hand and ordered, "Go get everyone here and collect the beetroot." Soon all the beetroot was collected. The beetroot had been growing here for a long time, and many of them had already borne seeds. Sulan also collected all the beetroot seeds. He was going to plant a large amount of beetroot in his territory. After 3 hours, all the beetroot on the hill was finally collected. The whole hill was full of potholes, and they collected a total of 400 to 500 pounds of beetroot and a bag of beetroot seeds. After collecting all the beetroot, Sulan didn't continue to explore. Instead, he brought everyone back to the town. As soon as they returned to the town, Sulan called a few craftsmen over and prepared to make all kinds of sugar extracting tools. The sugar extracting process wasn't difficult. Under Sulan's guidance, the craftsmen didn't spend much effort to make a sugar extracting machine. In fact, the sugar extracting machine was an improved version of an oil press. After washing and cutting the beetroot into small pieces, they were put into the machine to extract the juice. As the machine ran, a red juice flowed out. This juice contained a lot of sugar. The normal way to make it was to filter out the impurities, and then heat the sugar water to obtain the sugar. 2 barbarian warriors turned the machine, and the sugar water continued to seep out. Soon, a bucket was filled to the brim. Sulen dipped his hand in the sugar water and put it in his mouth. The sweetness was very strong. This way only brown sugar was produced. If Sulen wanted to make white sugar, he had to use another filtering method. He was going to use activated carbon filtration. When he was in school in his previous life, he knew that activated carbon was a widely used filtration material. This material had a very good filtration effect. Although Sulen knew that activated carbon had a good filtration effect, he didn't know how it was made. Even if he had learned about it in school, he had forgotten most of it after so many years. He only remembered that activated carbon was obtained by carbonizing wood. Although he didn't know how to make activated carbon, he still knew how to make charcoal. Now the territory used charcoal every day to make steel. Although charcoal didn't have as good a filtration effect as activated carbon, it could still be filtered. At worst, he could just filter it a few more times. He sent someone to the kiln factory to deliver a cart of charcoal. Then he had the workers crush the charcoal into small particles and wash the particles with water. On one hand, he directed the barbarians to extract the sugar water, and on the other hand, he directed the others to make the charcoal particles. After washing the charcoal and drying it, Sulen obtained a pile of small black particles. Next, he poured the black charcoal particles directly into the red sugar water and stirred. It was time to witness a miracle. The original reddish-brown sugar water's color constantly faded during the stirring process. Soon, the color became clear. Several barbarians next to him looked at Suluen's operation in a daze. They couldn't figure out why the brown sugar water became transparent after adding those black things. Seeing the sugar water become transparent, Sulen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that his method was successful. Hurry up and work, don't eat. While Sulen was laughing foolishly, 2 barbarians secretly reached into the water bucket, scooped up a spoonful of sugar water, and quickly drank it. Sulen picked up the spoon and hit their heads twice. The 2 barbarians laughed foolishly and continued to work. P.S. Thank you for the 500 Chidian coins reward. Thank you for the 100 Chidian coins reward. Thank you for the 100 Chidian coins reward. Thank you for the 100 Chidian coins reward. Chapter 56. After the sugar water became clear, Sulen did not continue to stir it. He let the sugar water settle and then filtered out the charcoal. A bucket of sugar water was about 20 liters. In order to turn the sugar water into sugar, it needed to be heated and the water in the sugar water evaporated. When the water was reduced to a certain level, there would be crystals. Sulen found an iron pot and poured the sugar water into it. He then lit a fire and slowly boiled it. As the temperature rose, the water in the sugar water began to evaporate. The process of boiling the sugar was very slow. Sulen watched for a while and felt bored. Fortunately, there was no problem with his method of boiling the sugar. After about an hour, some white granules began to appear at the bottom of the iron pot. After seeing the white granules, Sulen immediately became energetic. After the white sugar appeared, the speed of the sugar production began to accelerate. The fire continued to roast, and the sugar water in the iron pot boiled. More and more white crystals appeared in the iron pot. The barbarian warrior next to him smacked his lips. "Boss, this sugar water is boiling. How did it freeze?" "Idiot, don't talk if you don't know." Sulen glared at him. As time went by, the sugar water in the iron pot became less and less, and the condensed sugar became more and more. Finally, after boiling for a while, there was no more white sugar in the pot, and Suluan filtered the white sugar out. The remaining sugar water was actually waste honey. Although it contained a lot of sugar, it could not be extracted due to technical reasons. Waste honey had a high sugar content, but due to technical reasons, it could not be extracted. In the end, some people found that the waste honey could be used to make wine. Then the new type of rum was born. Using cotton gauze to filter out the waste honey, a pile of white granules appeared in the iron pot. They were white granules that looked like sand and snow. They were white granules. The barbarians next to him did not know what it was. They all looked at the white sugar in amazement. Try it. Sulen crossed his arms and raised his chin casually. But his act was in vain. These barbarians in the wilderness had never heard of white sugar before. It looks like ice crystals. One of the barbarians reached out his finger, dipped it into his mouth, and said in surprise, "It's sweet. Is this candy?" Sulen knocked the barbarian's head with his spoon. "Nonsense. What else can it be if it's not sugar? Boss, does that mean we'll have candies to eat in the future?" The barbarians asked excitedly. "Eat, eat, eat, you only know how to eat. These are goods for trading." Sulen grabbed a handful of white sugar and looked at it. Compared to the white sugar he ate in his previous life, the white sugar in front of him was slightly yellowish. This should be because the filtering effect of the charcoal was not as strong. Even so, the quality of the white sugar was still very good. Suluan collected the white sugar, and then weighed it. There was a total of more than 3 kilograms of white sugar. The boiling sugar water was 20 liters, which was about 40 kilograms. A total of 3 kilograms of white sugar was produced. Suluan was very satisfied with the sugar yield. Using this relatively primitive method to make white sugar, 3 caddies of white sugar was already a lot. As far as Sulen knew, the sugar yield in this era was only 5% to 7%, and the sugar produced was brown sugar. Sulen used 1/5 of the beetroot he brought back this time. After confirming the method to make white sugar, he squeezed all the remaining beetroot juice and made white sugar. In the end, he got 15 caddies of white sugar. After drying the 15 caddies of white sugar, he sealed it in a clay jar and stored it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully made white sugar and obtained the sugar production process. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully obtained 3 different techniques and successfully opened the technology column. Updating data. Update complete. Just as he sealed the white sugar, the system notification sounded in his ear. Opening the system interface, Suluan soon saw a science and technology column in the town interface. He clicked on the science and technology column and saw that there were already 3 skills in the science and technology column: smelting iron, farming, and sugar making. Under the 3 skills, all the steps and key points of the skills were clearly marked. According to these production steps, it was possible to build a workshop. Seeing this situation, Sulen directly built the workshop according to the steps given. The sugar workshop needed about 1,000 square meters of space. Such an important workshop could only be built in the town. Sulen drew an open space near his lord's castle, and then directed the slaves to build it. The sugar workshop didn't have too complicated machinery, and the difficulty of building it wasn't high. Sulen directed the slaves to build the workshop while he sent a large number of people to the wilderness to collect beetroot. Before the beetroot in the territory was harvested, the raw materials for the sugar workshop could only be found in the wilderness. Fortunately, the wilderness was large enough. Although there weren't many places where beetroot grew, with such a large area collected, the amount of beetroot in the warehouse increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. The construction speed of the sugar refinery was very fast. It only took 2 days for a workshop to be completed. Sugar workshop. This is a simple handmade workshop. It can make white sugar, rock sugar, and other kinds of sugar. Sugar quality +1. Sugar yield +1. Because the process of making sugar wasn't complicated, if it wasn't controlled, it could easily be leaked. Sulen separated the processes, and each person was only responsible for one part. The most important part was the process of removing impurities with charcoal. Sulen selected 2 slaves with 100 loyalty to do the work. This process was also carried out in a separate room. After the impurities were removed, the sugar water would be sent to another workshop for processing. In addition to these, Sulen added a wall outside the sugar workshop. Apart from the workers of the workshop, no one else was allowed to come close. At the same time, Sulen also arranged for barbarian warriors outside the workshop. They would be responsible for the safety of the sugar workshop. Although there were no outsiders in his territory at the moment, once he took out the sugar for sale, his territory would soon be known by those who were interested. The profit of sugar wasn't low. No, it was very high. A caddy of sugar could easily be sold for hundreds of kinner and kalt. If the sugar workshop produced 500 caddies of sugar every month, Sulen would earn tens of thousands of kinner every month. It was comparable to a small city's annual tax revenue. Of course, this was only the best-case scenario. In fact, when Sulen started selling sugar in large quantities, the price of sugar would definitely drop. After all, the rarer something was, the more expensive it was. Chapter 57. Selling a large amount of white sugar would lower the price, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, if Sulen sold a limited amount every month, the price of white sugar would not fluctuate too much. After all, according to the consumption rate of the nobles, there were over 100 nobles in Kalt, so they would consume a few hundred kilograms of white sugar. In the past, the nobles only used white sugar when they entertained guests. Most of the time, they used brown sugar and honey instead. If they had white sugar, they would not use brown sugar anymore. In the entire northern lands, there were over a dozen big cities and over 100 small cities. There were also hundreds of towns. Sulen did not know how many nobles lived in those towns. However, the production of his sugar workshop was not enough to satisfy the market in the northern lands. If the white sugar trade developed, Sulen's fief would definitely reap huge profits. When that time came, there would be many people who would want a share of the profits. Fortunately, his fief was located in the wilderness. The nearest city was at least 300 miles away. This made it impossible for the nobles to use many of their methods. Of course, it would be difficult to make them give up unless Sulen's fief was powerful enough. For example, he had a powerful army. Only a powerful force could deter those with ulterior motives. Although Sulen was powerful, he was not invincible. With the completion of the sugar workshop, the sugar production began. Sulen selected 20 of his serfs and had them work in the sugar workshop. Carts of beet roots were transported here after being cleaned. Then they were cut into small pieces and poured into the juicer. With the operation of the workers, the purplish-red beet juice was squeezed out and flowed into the wooden barrel through a special pipe. Soon, a bucket of beet juice was filled. Then, the beet juice was sent to another room for processing. When the processing was completed, the purplish-red beet juice became transparent. Seeing the workshop work in an orderly manner, it did not take long for the white sugar to be produced. The quality of the white sugar produced this time was very good. The grains of white sugar looked crystal clear. The quality was even better than the previous batch. Sulen understood that this was a special effect of the workshop. After weighing the white sugar, the yield was also higher. After seeing that the sugar refinery was operating normally, Sulen breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to the production of white sugar, the sugar refinery also produced a lot of waste products. Most of them were beet dregs. These were the leftovers after the beets were squeezed out. After processing, these beet dregs could be used to make fodder. Coincidentally, the territory also had a lot of livestock. These beet dregs were just right to be used as fodder. As for the leftover waste honey, Sulen was going to use it to make wine. The price of wine was not cheap. If it was successfully used to make wine, it would be a stable income for Sulen's territory. However, there was no one in the territory who knew how to make wine. So Sulen had no choice but to store the waste honey first. The next time he went to Kalt City, he would ask Xian to buy a few slaves who knew how to make wine. After all, the beets were not artificially grown. After a period of excavation, the wild beets began to decrease significantly. Sulen drew out 300 mu of land for the beets. It was not that he did not want to plant them on a large scale. It was just that the beet seeds were limited. Even if he wanted to expand the planting area, he would need enough seeds. Therefore, he could only wait until the first batch of beets was harvested in the territory. After obtaining more beet seeds, he could plant them on a large scale. In the following time, Sulen did not only patrol the territory, but also look for beets. It didn't take long for most of the beets around the territory to be collected. If he wanted to collect more beets, he would need to go outside the territory. Suluan needed to lead a team to explore the outside of the territory. With the strategic map provided by the system, it could automatically record the places he had been to, so as long as he walked through the area once, a corresponding map would be generated on his strategic map. Sulen led a team of barbarian warriors to search the wilderness. This place was close to the Sierra de Lotus. Not long ago, they found a small patch of beets on a nearby slope. After digging up the beets, Sulen and the others continued to move forward. After approaching the mountains, Sulen planned to investigate the area a bit more before leaving. After all, this place was very close to the Cryopteris. After passing through a forest, a hidden valley suddenly appeared in front of them. The valley was not big. It was surrounded by lush trees and looked very green. A stream flowed out of the valley. The noon sun was still very hot. The metal armor on the barbarians was a bit hot. Sulen planned to take them to the valley to avoid the sun. Following the stream towards the valley, the group quickly arrived at the center of the valley. With the two peaks blocking the way, the valley was much dimmer. The group came to the stream to freshen up. The barbarian warriors took off their armor and jumped into the stream to wash themselves. Sulen came to the upper reaches of the stream and used both hands to wash the water. The water from the melting snow on the mountain was cold and immediately chased away the heat in his body. After washing up, he filled his water bag with water. Only then did Sulen start to look around the valley. At this moment, his eyes suddenly paused. He saw a stone statue on the greenish-gray rock wall at the bottom of the valley. The surface of the statue had been eroded by the wind and rain for many years. From the outside, this statue was at least a few hundred years old. Sulen was not a historian and could not distinguish the style of this statue. However, since there was a statue here, there must have been people living here. Looking up at the valley, Sulen found that there was only one exit. The exit was narrow, but the space in the valley was very large. As long as the entrance was guarded, the valley would be very safe. The land in the valley was flat and the soil was good. It was very suitable for farming. Sulen did a rough calculation. The entire valley could be cultivated for at least 5,000 mu of land. Together with the stream inside, it would not be a problem to feed a few thousand people. Sulen came near the stone statue to see if there were any other clues. Soon, he found a door covered by vines on the rock wall behind the statue. The door was made of metal and looked very heavy. However, it was rusty. Sulen knocked on it with his hand. There was no hollow sound. It was obvious that the metal door was very thick. Such a heavy door should be controlled by a mechanism. Otherwise, not many people would be able to move it. Sulen called the barbarians over to search. He was very curious about what was behind the metal door. Chapter 58. Boss, does this door really have a switch? Baran knocked on the door with his axe, and a dull sound came from within. The group searched the area for a long time, but didn't find any mechanism that could open the door. You guys step back, Sulen said with a wave of his hand. He was ready to break open the door by force. Looking at the marks on the door, the mechanism inside might have been damaged long ago. Even if they found it, they wouldn't be able to open it. Suluan stretched out his hand and pressed it on the rusty iron door. Then his muscles tightened, and the two iron doors creaked and creaked as they moved bit by bit. A large amount of dust fell from the top of the door, and the heavy iron door began to move slowly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal breaking came from behind the door, and the heavy stone door slowly but firmly opened. Sulen sighed in relief when the iron door was half open, and rubbed his arms. The door opened, and a rotten and moldy smell came from inside. Sulen didn't go in immediately. Who knew if the air inside was poisonous after so long? He casually summoned a whirlwind and sent it into the door. Soon, the air with a strong rotten and moldy smell came out from inside. After 2 or 3 breaths, the smell inside returned to normal. The two barbarians took the newly made torches and walked in first. After entering the door, the light suddenly dimmed a lot. Under the light of the torches, the group could see the inside of the passage clearly. It was a passage about 4 meters wide and 3 meters high. There was a row of bronze wall lamps on both sides of the passage. The passage was dark, and they didn't know where it led to. Sulen walked along the passage, and soon saw a rotten corpse with only a pile of bones left. Judging from his attire, he should be an adventurer. The clothes on the corpse were tattered, and there were a few broken arrows in front of his chest. This unlucky fellow must have stepped on a mechanism in the passage and been shot to death. After rummaging through the corpse, he discovered that there was nothing else on the corpse except for a rusty weapon. Just as the group was about to move on, the corpse that had turned into a pile of bones slowly stood up. Undead. Sulen was not surprised to see the skeleton revive. When he entered the passage, he felt that the negative energy here was a little high. If the corpse stayed in this place for a long time, there was a high chance that it would awaken as an undead. There was no soul fire in the skeleton's eyes, which meant that it was only the lowest level of resurrected skeletons. This kind of low-level undead was very easy to deal with. As long as one could overcome their fear, even a farmer could crush it. As an undead creature, it was very sensitive to the aura of the living. The moment it stood up, it held the rusty weapon and wanted to attack Sulen. In the end, before it could make a move, a huge axe swept across and shattered its skeleton. The broken bones scattered in all directions, leaving only a skull that landed beside its feet. When the steel boot stepped on it, there was a cracking sound as the skull was smashed into pieces. Be careful, there might be traps inside. After dealing with the skeletons, the group continued to advance. In fact, it was best to have a thief with them for exploration. After all, thieves were very familiar with all kinds of hidden weapons and mechanisms, so it was easy for them to break through them. Sulen's group was either a barbarian or a thief, so they could only use brute force to break through the traps. Fortunately, the ruins had been explored before, so many of the traps could not be triggered a second time. Only some expensive and ingenious traps could be reset after being triggered. As they went deeper into the passage, the eerie feeling became more and more intense. Soon, Sulen saw 3 more corpses that had also decayed into bones. One of the corpses had 3 broken ribs, probably caused by a blunt object. The other 2 corpses had at least 10 arrows stuck in them. Sulen casually checked the corpses and found a few knars and some rotten parchment. The parchment had become so tattered that even the writing on it could not be read clearly. These corpses did not turn into undead. Sulen guessed that their bones were too damaged. After sweeping the corpses to the side, the group continued to advance. At this moment, a creaking sound suddenly came from the empty passage, like the sound of a rusty door opening suddenly. Immediately after, a black shadow suddenly rushed in from the front. The barbarian warrior at the front immediately raised his 2-handed axe. The wide surface of the axe was like a shield, blocking most of his body. Then, the black shadow crashed into the axe with a bang, and the barbarian's body was knocked back. Sulen finally saw clearly that it was a wooden stake as thick as a bowl. The front part of the stake was covered with a layer of copper. Although it was made of wood, it was still very heavy. Seeing this, Sulen understood that the corpses with broken ribs were caused by this trap. But he did not expect that this trap could still be used after hundreds of years. Seeing that the wooden stake was charging again after the collision, a barbarian warrior at the side chopped over with his axe. The huge force directly broke the iron chain hanging on the wooden stake. The wooden stake lost its balance and crashed into the wall beside it. After dismantling the trap, Sulen checked on the barbarian who had been hit. Although he had been hit heavily, he had used his axe to block it before this. Coupled with the armor on his body, this barbarian with thick skin and thick flesh was not injured at all. He was just a little embarrassed from the fall. After encountering this trap, the group was obviously much more careful. The wooden stake was also dismantled to be used as a tool to explore the way. It had to be said that this ruin was preserved quite well. The group encountered many traps after that. For example, when they stepped on a piece of floor, dozens of arrows would suddenly shoot out from the surroundings. Another example was when the floor suddenly flipped open, and a pile of sharp blades appeared below. These traps would work against ordinary adventurers, but against Sulen and the rest, they were basically useless. With Sulen's equipment and their reaction speed, the arrows were easily knocked away. As for the replica trap, it was directly triggered by the heavy wooden stake. For the rest of the journey, Sulen did not find any more corpses. It seemed that the 3 corpses he found before were the last few members of this adventurer team. Perhaps there were still survivors who gave up on exploring and left after seeing that their companions had suffered heavy casualties. Along the way, Sulen's group violently destroyed all kinds of traps. Their speed was not slow. After a few minutes of moving forward, another stone door appeared in front of them. P.S. Thank you to Faraway, Speaking to Loneliness, 20170809142736639 for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 59. After seeing the stone door, Sulen didn't rush forward. This could be considered the last stage of the passage. He didn't believe that the designer of these mechanisms would leave this place out. On the contrary, there would be even more dangerous and hidden traps here. He rolled the heavy wooden stake over and heard a series of mechanical sounds. Suddenly, a continuous stream of arrows shot out from the surrounding walls. The walls on both sides kept shooting out arrows. There was no blind spot in the passage, and the powerful arrows sank into the walls. After waiting for a while, the endless rain of arrows finally stopped. The passage became a mess, and it was filled with broken arrows. After seeing that the arrows stopped, Sulen went forward and picked up an arrow. Although the arrow was broken, the arrowhead was still shining coldly. It could be seen that these arrows were much more powerful than before. At such a close distance, they could even pierce through the armor of the barbarians. After throwing away the arrow, Sulen came in front of the stone door. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly felt a trace of magic. Without thinking, Sulen directly controlled the wind elements to form a constantly spinning wind shield in front of him. This wasn't a spell, but a little trick from the wind dragon flags, wind element control. As soon as the wind shield appeared, a green liquid instantly sprayed out. The wind shield spun continuously the moment it came into contact with the liquid, and the green liquid flew to the surrounding walls. The moment the liquid came into contact with the walls, a burst of white smoke appeared. The stone walls were instantly corroded and holes appeared. The liquid came and went quickly, and it stopped in just 2 seconds. Sulen secretly rejoiced when he saw the situation of the corroded walls. It was obvious that this was a magic trap. The liquid just now was the spell acid spray. This thing was more corrosive than concentrated sulfuric acid. Metal armor was not worth mentioning in front of it. It was obvious that the person who made this trap knew the weakness of the arrow trap. In order to deal with the metal armor, they specially prepared a strong acid trap. This way, even if the metal armor was blocked by the strong acid trap, it would be no different from paper in front of the strong acid trap. Fortunately, Sulen reacted quickly. Otherwise, the strong acid would be useless against him. However, the barbarian warriors wouldn't be able to withstand it, and they would suffer heavy losses. After the acid trap was triggered, the magic trap was no longer effective. Sulen was getting more and more interested in what was behind the stone door. Excluding the acid trap, the crossbow trap alone would cost at least 100 kinner. Plus, there were also magic traps. What good stuff was hidden behind the door? After confirming that there were no other traps on the stone door, the 2 barbarian warriors prepared to push it open. Woo! A gust of chilly wind blew through the stone door, and then a shadow rushed out from the stone door. The shadow was hazy and looked sinister. Sensing something, the 2 of them slashed forward without hesitation. When the black shadow came into contact with their weapons, it disappeared with a whoosh. Spectre. The barbarian warriors looked at each other and said, according to scientific theory, this is the violent oxidation of century-old dyes when they come into contact with the air. What ghost? Sulen said with a wave of his hand. He had seen this scene often in movies about grave robbers in his previous life. He explained with a serious expression. Even though the barbarian warriors next to him didn't understand what Sulen was saying, they still nodded to show that they understood. However, Sulen seemed to have forgotten something. This world had supernatural powers. Hee. A burst of eerie laughter appeared around them. Boss, what does science say about that sound just now? A barbarian warrior at the side asked as he approached. Your path is too narrow, brother. Su Luan made a note of this unsensible barbarian warrior in his little notebook in his mind. What science, this is a ghost. After glaring at him, Sulen kept looking around, trying to find where the ghost was hiding. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, followed by a sharp howl that exploded in everyone's ears. Sulen felt as if his head had been hit hard with a hammer. His brain became dizzy at this moment. Fortunately, this feeling was very short. Sulen endured it in an instant, the spear in his hand flashing with streaks of lightning as it swept across the ghost's body. The lightning exploded and instantly enveloped the ghost. Then, a shrill cry rang out, and the ghost's originally illusory figure quickly dissipated, finally disappearing without a trace. Sulen rubbed his slightly swollen temples. There were still some after-effects from the ghost's howl of the dead. Even though this attack seemed to kill the enemy through sound, as long as one covered one's ears, in reality, this was only on the surface. The howl of the dead was a type of soul magic. It was used directly on the soul through the power of the soul. It could be said that this thing ignored physical defense. Creatures like ghosts were very unfriendly to pure physical professionals. Their illusory bodies were almost immune to 90% of physical attacks. Only holy water or magical attacks were effective against them. Coupled with the howl of the dead, these things were simply the killers of low-level professionals. How are you guys, Baran? Sulen asked as he looked at the barbarian warriors who were a little unsteady. Not bad, head, just a little pain in the head. The barbarian warrior rubbed his head and grimaced in pain. These barbarians had strong bodies, and their power of the soul was not weak either. Therefore, even though they were hit by a soul attack, they could recover very quickly. If it was someone with a weak body and without corresponding defense measures, even if they did not die, they would have become a fool. After seeing that the barbarian warrior was fine, Sulen went to the place where he had killed the ghost. He saw that there was a black translucent crystal, where the ghost had disappeared. This thing was the soul fragment of the ghost. When undead creatures died, there was a certain chance that they would drop this thing. It was said that this was the materialization of spiritual energy. It was a magic material that could be sold to wizards in exchange for Kinnur. Soul energy detected, absorb. Just as he casually picked up this soul fragment, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Sulen's heart skipped a beat, and he chose to absorb. Extracting energy. The energy has been extracted. You have received 2,700 experience points. Not bad. Sulen's eyes lit up. He had received 500 experience points from killing the ghost just now. He did not expect to receive 2,700 experience points after absorbing the soul crystal. This was much more than the experience he had received when he was patrolling and clearing out the kobolds in the wasteland. After the energy had been extracted, the black soul fragment had turned grayish-white. It looked decayed and gray. With a light touch, this soul fragment shattered into countless powder, and then drifted away with the wind without a trace. P.S. Thank you to Ancient Navigator for the tip of 100 coins. Chapter 60. Buzz. After confirming that there was nothing else, Sulen pushed open the half-open stone door. The firelight shone into the stone door, and everyone could finally see what was inside. This was a stone room that was about 200 square meters. This should be a laboratory. There was a bookshelf against the wall, but because it had been there for a long time, Sulen reached out to take a book. However, as soon as he picked it up, the book turned into a pile of fragments like a dried leaf. These books had been there for too long. Without any protective measures, they were all damaged. There was a thick layer of dust in the room, and there were many spider webs around. It looked very dilapidated. There were also some stone tables on the other side of the room. Many things were placed on the tables. There were some worn-out glassware, strange-looking bottles, and some sealed glassware. They were filled with translucent liquid, and in the liquid, there were limbs of unknown creatures soaking in it. On some of the tables, there were a few unknown skulls, some animal specimens, dried bat corpses, and some unknown black objects that had rotted into a ball. The whole room looked like an evil wizard's terrifying laboratory. This is an abandoned wizard's laboratory? Looking at the scene in front of him, Sulen was pleasantly surprised. It was said that knights were the noble profession, but in reality, wizards were the real noble profession. As long as they were not necromancers, other wizards would be treated like nobles in human countries. If they were willing to join a kingdom, they could immediately become a count with real power. Therefore, there was a saying that all wizards were nobles, but not all nobles were wizards. Every single wizard was a rich man, and their profession burned through a lot of money. Of course, their ability to make money was ridiculous as well. A single low-level magic scroll could easily be sold for hundreds to thousands of gold nars. There were also healing potions and body-strengthening potions that could be made by wizards. Any one of them would fetch a high price. Wizards were also one of the few people in this world who could make rare weapons or rare equipment. Now that they had found a wizard's ruin that had not been searched by anyone, it was obvious that the value inside was very high. After knowing that this was a wizard's laboratory, Sulen became even more cautious. Wizards were not easy to deal with. In order to prevent themselves from being disturbed, they would set up a lot of spells. Who knew if there were any spells in this laboratory? Therefore, he had to be very careful when exploring the ruins of a wizard. Sulen didn't care about those damaged items. He carefully picked up the other items and checked them. Many glassware on the stone table were empty. Although some bottles were covered with corks, the liquid inside had already dried up, leaving only some traces at the bottom of the bottles. There were also some well-sealed potions that contained some black liquid. Sulen did not have any common sense when it came to these suspected potions. This place had been sealed for a long time. Who knew if these potions had expired? Besides, there were too many types of potions. If he took them without knowing their effects, he would not even know how he died. Some of the creature's limbs that had been sealed and soaked for too long had swollen and turned black. Basically, they had lost their effects. Sulen searched through the stone table, but he did not find anything valuable. Leaving the stone table, Sulen searched through the cabinets at the side. The cabinets were divided into many small compartments of different sizes. If he was not mistaken, there should have been a lot of things stored here in the past. However, most of the compartments were empty now. After rummaging through a pile of rubbish, Sulen finally found a crystal bottle that was not bad. He reached out and picked it up. This crystal bottle was well preserved. The light red liquid inside was still clear and transparent. There was even a layer of enchantment on top of the bottle. This should be a relatively expensive potion. However, Sulen did not know much about wizards, so he did not know what kind of potion it was. After putting away the crystal bottle, Sulen continued to search for the next cabinet. However, as soon as he opened it, he felt a weak wave of magic. Oh no, it's a magic trap. Spread out. Sensing the magical wave, Sulen immediately summoned a wind shield to be on guard. The other barbarian warriors also spread out and paid full attention to their surroundings. However, what surprised Sulen was that there were no acid, lightning, frost, or flames that he had expected. Just as Sulen heaved a sigh of relief, a ray of magic light lit up in the room. The next second, an oval-shaped door of light appeared in the room. The oval-shaped door of light flashed with a dark red light. Inside the door was a whirlpool that was constantly rotating. At first glance, it made people feel uncomfortable. Just as everyone was still curious, the teleportation was completed. A 3-meter-tall figure appeared in the stone room. It had a tall body, strong limbs, dark red scales, and an ugly head with 6 eyes. It did not have a nose, and there were some black holes where its nose should have been. It also had a mouth that took up half of its head, filled with sharp and ferocious teeth. Its arms were muscular, and there were 3 scythe-like claws on each of its arms. With its arrival, the room was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. Although Sulen had never seen this creature before, with its signature claws, he recognized it at a glance. It was a type of intermediate demon, claw demon. Ding. Discovered Abyss Transcendent Monster, Claw Demon. Claw Demon, Abyss Demon, Grade 3. Strength, 21 Agility, 18 Constitution, 19 Spirit, 12. Has spell-like abilities. Skills: Bite, Chain Attack, Pounce, Haste, Curse, etc. Special skills: Demon Skin, Tenacity, Regeneration. As the system notification sounded, a part of the Claw Demon's attributes appeared in front of Sulen. This Claw Demon was an intermediate demon. In the human world, it was equivalent to a Grade 3 profession, a Knight Commander. However, even a Knight Commander would most likely lose in a one-on-one fight with such a demon. Demons were not only strong physically, but they also had spell-like abilities. They were not easy to deal with. However, although this demon was strong, it was unlucky to meet Sulen. Roar! The Claw Demon that had just teleported over roared excitedly after seeing the surrounding environment. After seeing that there were actually some humans around, it couldn't wait to have a good meal. After standing firm, the Claw Demon rushed towards Sulen, who was closest to it. Seeing Sulen's thin and weak appearance, it couldn't wait to try the taste of a human. Chapter 61. The tall sharp claw demon waved its sharp claws and pounced at him. The wind it brought with it hit his face, causing him to feel a slight pain. Sulen didn't kill this demon immediately. It was his first time seeing this kind of abyss creature, so he was very curious. His body flashed, and he dodged the claw demon's attack. Boom! The heavy stone table was smashed by its claws. Its body flashed, and it continued to chase Sulen. However, its speed was obviously much slower than Sulen's. Every time it was about to hit Sulen, Sulen would easily dodge it. The whole scene looked very thrilling. The barbarian warriors next to him wanted to help, but they were stopped by Sulen. Even if it was an intermediate demon, it wouldn't last more than 3 minutes against 6 barbarian warriors and a barbarian axe warrior. After realizing that it couldn't catch up to Sulen, the claw demon's 6 eyes flashed with blood-red light. Then, a dark red light flashed. The claw demon suddenly sped up. The small stone room didn't give them much room to move. Although the claw demon's speed was still not as fast as Sulen's, it could already attack him. The 3-meter-tall claw demon was very oppressive. Its 2 claws were extremely sharp, and it grabbed the stone table like it was tofu. The 2 claws were like dual weapons, and the attacks were endless. These demons fought all day in the abyss, and fighting had become their instinct. The claw demon was only a low-middle demon in the endless abyss. There were higher demons, demon generals, demon lords, and abyss demons above it. The most powerful abyss demons were said to be on par with the gods. After a period of fighting, Sulen also had a general idea of the strength of the claw demon, so he no longer dodged. The long spear in his hand swept with the blue electric light. The claw demon was hit in an instant before it could react. Its body weighing 250 kilograms was directly swept out, and the electric current on the spear also entered its body. The powerful electric current paralyzed its body, and then Sulen pierced its head with his spear. This demon that just came from the abyss didn't even get to experience the glory of the material world before its soul returned to the river Styx. Congratulations to the host for killing the abyss demon, Claw Demon. You have gained 15,000 experience points. You killed an abyss demon, and your name spread across the wasteland. You've earned the hatred of the demons. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. You have received 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and 1 gold treasure chest. In this battle, you've obtained a forging experience book. He added 2 attribute points to strength, and at this moment his attributes changed again. Name Sullen Race, Human Level, LV18, 210718000 Strength, 35 Dexterity, 29 Spirit, 24 Physique, 29 Charm, 19 Skills, Omitted, Characteristics, Omitted. In this battle, other than the Forging Experience book, there was also a golden treasure chest. The Forging Experience book was for blacksmiths. He planned to go back to the blacksmith shop and find an apprentice to use it. This item could quickly improve his forging skills. The golden treasure chest was directly opened. A golden light flashed, and the golden treasure chest disappeared, replaced by a ball of light. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the Forbidden Magic skill. Forbidden Magic? After hearing the system prompt, Sulen's heart beat faster. He quickly opened the system to check. Forbidden Magic. After the system integrated with the rules of this world, the original, general skill, skill mutated and became a new skill. Forbidden magic, beginner after use. You can cut off the energy link of a person or creature whose level is not higher than yours. Note: the target's level is higher than the caster's, so the skill is ineffective. This skill is ineffective against legendary wizards. After seeing the skill clearly, Sulen was a little disappointed. This skill could not be used against people who were stronger than him, so its effect was much smaller. Moreover, it was ineffective against legendary wizards. This was within his expectations. After all, legendary wizards could already cast spells without the magic net. For legendary wizards who had come into contact with the rules of the world, forbidden magic was meaningless. Although this forbidden magic skill had a lot of limitations, it did not mean that it was useless. On the contrary, this skill was very powerful. Sulen did not have a clear understanding of his current strength, but he estimated that it should be close to legendary. In this way, all spellcasters, people, or creatures with magic abilities under legendary wizards would be mute when they met him. After spending 2 skill points to learn forbidden magic, Sulen began to check on the unlucky claw demon. Although the claw demon was an intermediate demon, there were still some things on its body. The demon's skin was good in both strength and toughness. It was said that the skin of the demon lord was not worse than that of a giant dragon. Although the claw demon's skin was not that strong, it was still a good leather armor. The most valuable thing on the claw demon's body was its pair of claws. This pair of claws was also an extraordinary item. If a wizard with good skills made it, these claws could be made into an extraordinary weapon with sharpness and armor-piercing effect. After leaving the claws and the demon's skin, the rest of the body was thrown aside. Although the demon's body was also a magic material, it was not easy to sell it. Sulen did not have a channel to sell it, so he could only choose to throw it away. Luckily, the value of the claw demon's body was not that high. Otherwise, he would be heartbroken. After dealing with the claw demon, Sulen continued to look for valuable things in the stone room. After the battle just now, Sulen had confirmed that there were no other traps. Soon, the stone room was searched, and there were no other valuable things found. After finding nothing, Sulen looked at the other door in the stone room. As a wizard's laboratory, it was impossible for him to only have one stone room. Also, wizards like to build treasure vaults to store their treasures or magic tools. This wizard was the same. When he came to the door, Sulen carefully pushed the door. There was no mechanism on the door. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was nothing else, Sulen held the torch and walked inside. The stone room inside was a bedroom. Aside from some beds and other things, there was nothing else. Perhaps these beds were once made of velvet and silk, but after hundreds of years, these things had all become trash that would break at the slightest touch. After walking past the bedroom, Sulen continued to walk to other rooms. Soon he found the kitchen, training ground and library. However, he still found very little. He only found 2 books in the library that were not damaged. These 2 books were preserved after some special treatment. One was demon identification, and the other was anatomy. Chapter 62. Sulen flipped through it casually. There were many dissections of demon corpses recorded on it. It seemed like the wizard who built this lab had researched a lot of forbidden knowledge. This also made Sulen understand why the wizard built his lab in this godforsaken place. After searching through these few rooms, Sulen turned his attention to the last door. According to the layout of this lab, the last door was very likely to be the wizard's treasury. As the biggest treasure in this lab, Sulen purposely left it for last. When I arrived at the entrance of the treasury, I was surprised to find that there weren't any magic traps installed on the door. All I had to do was push open the heavy stone door. When I opened the door, I didn't see the mountain of Kin-Nur that I had imagined. The empty treasury was so clean that it looked as if it had been licked clean by goblins. Sulen looked at the empty treasury with a gloomy face. He could not believe that there was not even a strand of hair here. Sulen did not give up and wondered if this treasury was just a fake one. The real treasury was actually hidden here. Soon he realized that there was indeed something different in this treasury. For example, the seemingly messy lines on the ground of the treasury. There were also some magic runes carved on many places in the treasury. However, Sulen was not a wizard, so he knew nothing about these things. Boss, there are words carved here. Just as Sulen was thinking about the meaning of these lines, a barbarian warrior pointed at a statue on the wall of the treasury and shouted, "What words?" Sulen stood up and walked over. "I don't know," the barbarian warrior said confidently. "I told you to learn a long time ago, but you still can't read." Sulen was speechless. Sulen pushed the warrior away and began to look at the words carved on the statue. "Other than death, you will gain nothing. F***ck. Sulen was so angry that he slapped the statue. This bastard did it on purpose. He gave up this stupid lab on his own accord and left it here to scam people. Sulen finally understood why this lab was so well preserved, but there were so few things in it. After seeing this line of words, he knew that the wizard was trying to tell him that he was scamming him. It was just like when you finally found the treasure after going through untold hardships and narrowly escaping death. You were about to become a millionaire and reach the pinnacle of your life. In the end, the person who buried the treasure only left you an empty box. Anyone would probably explode. At this moment, Sulen could not help but be angry. If the wizard in this lab was still alive, Sulen would definitely beat him up until he could not take care of himself. The statue on the stone wall that Sulen slapped activated an obscure mana. Immediately, rays of light appeared on the ground in the center of the treasury. The mana wave of mana here quickly caught Sulen's attention. A summoning circle again? Doesn't this damn wizard know how to come up with something new? Looking at the dimensional door that was rapidly forming, Sulen moved his wrist. This summoning circle came at the right time. He was just about to vent his anger when a punching bag came. The dark red light of teleportation appeared, and a mysterious whirlpool appeared in the treasury. In the next second, a curvaceous female creature with a beautiful face appeared in front of Sulen. This female creature had a pair of demonic wings and a pair of small horns on her head. Her face was beautiful and full of charm. Her clothes were also extremely bold. They could not even be called clothes. They were even smaller than the hottest bikini swimsuit in his previous world. Two pieces of cloth that were not much bigger than coins covered the important parts of her body. Her lower body was like a few ropes. This was the embodiment of desire. She seemed to be able to satisfy whatever one wanted. Sulen's heart was also burning at this moment. He looked at the female creature with a burning gaze. This is a material plane? My luck is so good. A lazy and seductive female voice sounded. Hearing it, Sulen felt as if there was a small hand constantly teasing his heartstrings. There are so many strong males. Are you willing to serve me? The seductive voice sounded in his ears again. At the same time, there was a voice in his heart that kept encouraging him to say yes. Resisting the impulse to agree, Sulen instantly mobilized the power in his body, and an electric current rushed straight up along his spine. At the moment when the electric current passed, Sulen's originally somewhat confused expression instantly sobered up. Succubus. After regaining consciousness, Sulen immediately remembered the origin of the creature in front of him. According to legend, this was a type of demon that was born from the soul of a human female. It had all the advantages of a female, and could be said to be the dream partner of a male. However, most of those who met them would become their slaves. I actually got rid of it. Has my charm decreased? Just as Sulen regained his calm, the succubus said with some surprise. In her opinion, among the 7 human males in the room, this one was the thinnest and smallest and should be the weakest. She did not expect this weakest human to get rid of her charm. I also did not expect to summon a succubus this time. I almost failed miserably. Sulen looked back and forth at the succubus's body. He had to admit that this body was the most outstanding one he had seen since he came to this world. In particular, the seductive charm on her body made Sulen want to have a good fight with her for 360 rounds. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Take him down. Noticing Sulen's gaze, the succubus smiled slightly. The whip in her hand lashed out, and the barbarian warriors that had been controlled rushed toward Sulen. Damn it, these guys. Their willpower is so low. I'll train them properly when I get back. Seeing the 6 barbarian warriors rushing over, Sullen's face darkened. This was the first time his subordinates had betrayed him. He made up his mind to teach these barbarians a lesson when he got back. After making up his mind, his hands were not careless. Blue lightning jumped back and forth on the spear. Seeing the 6 barbarians rushing over, Sullen quickly whipped them. As a result, these barbarians flew back at an even faster speed than before. The electric current wrapped around their bodies paralyzed their bodies. It seemed that they could not move for a while. Your turn. After dealing with the barbarians, Sullen turned his gaze to the succubus. Seeing Sullen easily deal with the barbarian warriors, the succubus also knew that she had misjudged him. This human in front of her was not the weakest. He was clearly a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I finally became an adult, and was lucky enough to come to the main material plane. How did I meet such a monster? The succubus Chris cursed her bad luck in her heart. P.S. Thank you to the Heavy Dragoon for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 63. Succubi weren't very strong. They didn't like to fight head-on, but that didn't mean they didn't know how to fight. After seeing that her subordinates were all subdued, the succubi had to do it herself. The whip covered in barbs whipped toward Sullen. Every succubi was a master of whips and was proficient in the art of binding. However, she met Sullen. This time, she kicked an iron plate. The long spear in his hand easily deflected the succubi's whip. Then with a sweep, the succubi flapped her wings and dodged quickly. Even though the succubi dodged quickly, she was still grazed by the lightning on the long spear. The lightning flashed, and the succubi's arm was slightly numb. Then it returned to normal. In that short moment of contact, Chris clearly knew that she was no match for him. So she already had plans to escape. She swung her whip and prepared to cast an advanced teleportation spell to escape. As soon as the energy gathered, Suluan sensed it. Without even thinking about it, he directly threw out a forbidden magic spell. The gathering energy was interrupted in an instant. Chris only felt that her body was covered by an invisible barrier, which directly cut off the energy link between her and the surroundings. The advanced teleportation spell was also interrupted. Forcibly interrupting a spell would cause a serious backlash. Although the succubi's spells came from their innate abilities, the backlash still made her brain hurt. Seeing that the succubi's spell was interrupted, Sullen didn't slow down. He appeared beside her in an instant and swept his long spear, knocking her down from the air. The lightning on the long spear instantly made her lose her ability to resist. Don't kill me. I surrender. Chris immediately begged for mercy after being hit. She looked at Sullen with pitiful eyes and her body also posed seductively. Obviously, the succubi was very good at using her advantages. Sullen didn't continue. He originally planned to capture this succubi alive. He still wanted to study the abyssal demons in depth and understand their weaknesses. You can surrender, but how can I be sure that you won't betray me? You demons don't have much credibility. Sullen rubbed his chin with one hand and played with the long spear with the other. The long spear in his hand faintly swept around her body. Master, I can sign a contract with you. As long as you sign the contract, you won't have to worry about betrayal. She already knew that Sullen wasn't a wizard, so it wouldn't be easy to sign a contract with him. Signing a contract, huh? That's not a bad idea. The problem is, I'm not a wizard, and I can't find any wizards here. Crazy sighed in relief when she heard that Sullen couldn't find any wizards. Succubi are also weak and useless. Since we can't find the wizard, we might as well kill him. Sullen shook his head and raised his spear. Master, don't kill me. I will be loyal to you and will never betray you. I can dance and warm your bed. Please. Feeling the cold air, Chris was so scared that her soul almost left her body. She hurriedly begged for mercy. Loyal. Sullen laughed in his heart. He would be a fool to believe the demon's promise. His goal was to make the succubus join his team willingly for the time being. Ding. Succubus Chris has requested to join your team. Do you accept? A familiar notification sounded in his ears. Accept. After Sulen agreed, Chris was added to his system. He opened Chris's attributes and saw her loyalty value. It was a pitiful 55. Such a low loyalty value meant that Chris could betray him at any time. However, Sulen didn't want to give her the chance. Succubus Chris looked at Sulen pitifully. She no longer looked as seductive as before. Chris felt that she was too unlucky. As a succubus who had just reached adulthood, she was planning to charm a few dumb vrocks to become her subordinates. However, when she went out, she sensed that someone was summoning a demon with a summoning spell. She happened to be summoned over. Originally, coming to the material plane wasn't bad. At least it was more interesting than being surrounded by lava, poisonous gas, and all sorts of demons that only knew how to destroy things. However, just as she was excitedly coming to the material plane, she was taught a lesson by a human and now, she was his captive. But I won't give up. With my charm, I will make him submit to my whip. After confirming that Chris had joined his team, Sulen moved his spear away. Sulen was quite happy that Chris had joined his team. Today's battle had made him realize the barbarian's weakness. He was going to give the barbarians special training, and Chris would be their instructor. Of course, other than that, Chris would also be the Lord's personal maid. As a noble with real power in his own territory, how could he not have a personal maid? Now that he had Chris, it was much better. As for Sulen saying that Chris was beautiful, that was something he would never admit. Am I, Sulen, such a shallow person? Yes, I am such a shallow person. After Chris joined the team, Sulen took out the self-created hero template that he had obtained from killing the Raging Wind Tiger. This was the reason why Sulen dared to accept the succubus without signing a contract. This self-created hero template could allow a normal person in the same faction to become a hero with their own characteristics and skills. This item had no effect on the original hero, but it had one effect, which was that the loyalty of the hero would be locked at 100 after using the self-created hero template. In other words, as long as Sulen gave this item to Chris, she would not be able to betray him for the rest of her life. The self-created hero template was a ball of light the size of a fist. The ball of light was as light as a feather, but it attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Come here. Sulen glanced at the succubus and said. Chris hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she walked over obediently. Sulen tapped on the ball of light lightly, and chose to use it on the succubus Chris. The ball of light suddenly shattered into countless stars and instantly enveloped the succubus Chris. Ding, you have used self-created hero template on the succubus Chris. Self-created hero template has activated hero character trait talent. Horsemanship, hidden weapon throwing, sword, spear, archery, charm, valor, regeneration, calm, recovery. Sulen chose charm without hesitation. How could a succubus be called a succubus if she did not choose charm? Target has been detected to have charm talent. Charm talent fusion has been upgraded to advanced charm. Hearing the system notification, Sulen secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that his guess was right. Next he chose a skill. There were also many skills to choose from. Sulen chose summoning. Target has been detected to have summoning magic. Summoning skill fusion has been upgraded to advanced summoning. Countless starlight fused into Chrissy's body. This situation lasted for a few seconds before it ended. When the light dissipated, Chris' body was revealed. P.S. Thank you to Shu Wooly for the 200 starting coins tip. Thank you to War and Death for the 200 starting coins tip. Chapter 64. Master. Chris's sweet voice rang in his ears. Just her voice alone made him feel as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's claws. How do you feel? Sulen asked with a smile as he looked at the increasingly beautiful Chris in front of him. Thank you for your gift, Master. Chris feels as if she has been reborn. Chris bowed to Sulen. Her body formed a sexy and seductive curve, which made Sulen envious. Sensing Sulen's burning gaze, Chris couldn't help but smile. Then, she adjusted her body to make it even more attractive. Okay, get up. Sulen suppressed the fire in his heart and took out a spare set of clothes for Chris to change into. This little vixen's every move was very seductive. If she wore such skimpy clothes again, Sulen was worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself. Now that she had become his exclusive property, she naturally couldn't wear such skimpy clothes. Of course, this was an exception when they were alone. Yes, master. Chris took the clothes from Sulen and put them on. After becoming a hero, Chris had transformed into a human. The small horns on her head and the wings on her back had disappeared. She looked exactly like a human. Compared to before, Chris had become even more beautiful. The seductive feeling on her beautiful face had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange charm. Her facial features were exquisite. Her brows were picturesque, her eyes were dark red. Her skin was white, and her black hair hung down to her waist. Just looking at her made one's heart flutter. The loose robe on her body still couldn't cover Chris's curvaceous figure. The loose robe was very loose and looked like old pajamas on her body. However, Chris found a ribbon and tied it around her waist. All of a sudden, the originally large and ugly robe became beautiful. The astonishing curve of the upper part of the robe was already enough to make people envious. When it reached the waist, it suddenly became slender. The beautiful curve below the waist, the slender legs, and the entire figure were vividly outlined. Her slender waist had a kind of amazing beauty. At a glance, Suluan immediately thought of a kind of creature, a snake. This was a real water snake waist. After putting on the robe, Chris stretched her arms behind her back. Her chest rose to an amazing angle. Then she used both hands to lift up her beautiful black hair. Her every move was naturally seductive. Master, I'm done. Chris found a rope and tied her hair. Then, she tilted her head and said, "Then remove your charm." Sulen came back to his senses and pointed at the barbarian warriors who were still lying on the ground. The barbarian warriors finally recovered after the charm spell was removed. However, their faces were as red as pig's liver, clearly feeling that they couldn't lift their heads after being controlled by Crazy's charm spell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the succubus, Chris, and obtaining the first self-created hero. The host is rewarded with Charm +2 and a silver treasure chest. Sulen opened the system panel. There was a hero in his panel. There were 3 names listed. The first was Johnson, the second was Boulder, and the third was Chris. He clicked on Chris's name. Chris's attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name: Chris, adult. Race: Succubus, Abyss Demon, High Demon. Rank: Elite Succubus. Strength: 16 agility, 21 spirit, 25 vitality, 20 charm. 28 succubi are born with a beautiful appearance. Their charm is amazing. Not only is it effective on the opposite sex, they have amazing charm and can easily gain the favor of others. Negotiation +5 command, 50 characteristics, talent: high charm, tenacity, minor damage reduction, 10 and below damage, night vision 20 meters, resistance to poison, acid, ice and fire 15, magic resistance 20, telepathy 30 meters. Skills: high summoning, high teleportation, energy absorption, language proficiency, detection, suggestion, spell-like abilities, dancing level 14, negotiation level 12, deception level 12, rope, binding, level 8, trainer level 7. High charm. After using this skill, one or many targets can be charmed. If the target's willpower fails, they will become her slave. High summoning. Can summon 1 high demon or 5 intermediate demons to fight for her. Weapon proficiency. Sword weapon 83, whip 178. Looking at Chris's attribute panel, Sulen was surprised. He didn't expect Chris to have so many things. Besides the basic skills, Sulen also found some interesting things such as dancing and rope. From Chris's attributes, she was more of an agility-based hero. Her strength was not as high as the barbarian warrior, but her charm was as high as 28 points. It could be said that she had reached the point where she could bring disaster to the country. Although Chris's charm was high, it was at most 22 points. However, after becoming a hero, all her attributes had increased. Her charm had increased the most. With a high charm, she naturally became more beautiful. Moreover, using high charm was more effective. If she were to use it on Sulen again, Sulen might not be able to withstand it. After looking at Chris's attributes, Sulen opened the silver treasure chest that he had just received. A light flashed and Sulen heard a system prompt. Congratulations, host. You have received a black mane horse. The original silver treasure chest was replaced by a doll-like black horse. Black mane horse mount. Summon a black mane horse after use. Speed +3. Without summoning the black mane horse, Sulen asked everyone to leave the laboratory. When they left, Sulen kindly restored the door and the undamaged mechanisms. He also repaired some of the mechanisms that could be repaired. Even the traces on the ground were cleaned up. He tried his best to restore the place to its original state, and let the ruins quietly wait for the next adventurer to come. After spending some time to deal with it, Sulen left with the barbarian warrior and his personal maid. Sulen took out the black mane horse from his personal storage, and chose to summon it. A light flashed and a group of tall and handsome black warhorses appeared in front of them. The warhorses had slender limbs and beautiful muscles. The fur on their bodies was as smooth as satin. Their eyes were also very lively. One could tell at a glance that this was a good horse. The barbarian warrior was curious about the horses that suddenly appeared, but soon lost interest. On the other hand, Chris looked at Sulen with sparkling eyes. Sulen jumped onto the horse and stretched out his arms to carry Chris onto the horse's back. Feeling the amazing elasticity in his arms, Sulen's heart couldn't help but beat faster. The journey back was very smooth. They didn't meet any goblins or gnolls. When the sky turned dark, the group finally returned to the town. Chapter 65. Master, is this your territory? Chris curled up in Sulen's arms and looked up. What's wrong? You think it's too small? Sulen looked at the town he built and felt proud. Not bad, Chris praised. For a succubus who had long reached the pinnacle of observing people's expressions, she knew how to please her master. Master, your most loyal servant welcomes you back. Just then, a goblin ran over and knelt down. It was the goblin floor. Master, the sugar beet seeds have all been planted. Baron, give him the sugar beet seeds we collected this time. Sulen asked Baron to give him the sugar beet seeds. The sugar beet planting area had been expanding recently. With the technology to extract sugar, it had become an important resource in the territory. It was a quiet night. 15,000 words omitted. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. When he got up, Chris was still resting. Last night's battle was a bit fierce. Although the succubus was fearless in bed, Chris was just an adult. She was no match for Sulen, who had watched countless movies and had no idea what to do in terms of theoretical knowledge or physical strength. Of course, Chris's growth was fast. After all, she was talented. Master, you're awake. Sulen's movement woke Chris up. The succubus laid on Sulen's back and hugged his neck. He felt a pair of soft hands on his back. The sun is up. It's time to get up. Sulen patted Chris's smooth jade-like skin. Chris got into her role very quickly. She helped Sulen put on his clothes. It had been 10 years since Sulen came to this world. It was the first time he enjoyed the treatment of a noble. Chris even helped him wash his face and brush his teeth. She even tried a facial cleanser when he washed his face. He had to admit that after using the facial cleanser, his skin was smoother and fairer. Under Chris's help, he put on his clothes, washed up, and went to the dining hall for breakfast. Breakfast was oatmeal, eggs, and white bread. It was called eggs, but it was actually water bird eggs. There were too many water birds in the reeds and many eggs were laid every day. Breakfast was prepared by a barbarian ant. It was said that she was the best cook in the territory. Although Chris was a succubus, she was completely different from other abyss demons. In the abyss, succubi were one of the few demons with excellent intelligence. Normal demons, even if they reached the legendary level like the demon warlord, would still be reckless and not use their brains. Only after becoming a demon lord would they increase their intelligence. Succubi were the rare demons who liked to use schemes and schemes. They were very similar to devils. Sulen directly handed over many things in the territory to Chris. With her loyalty as high as 100, he didn't have to worry about her betrayal. Chris was still very interested in dealing with the affairs of the territory. Suluan was now tired of all kinds of trivial matters in the territory every day, so he just let Chris take care of them. From today onwards, Chris became Sullen's personal maid and the territory's internal affairs officer. After breakfast, a barbarian warrior hurried in. "Boss, our caravan is back." "Back? How much food did you bring back?" Sullen's eyes lit up and hurriedly asked. 20 carriages and a caravan came with them. Sullen was stunned. He immediately got up and walked out. He walked to the town's market with the Lord's guards. When he arrived at the market, he saw a large number of goblins and gnolls loading and unloading food from afar. Seeing Sullen arrive, Xion, who was directing the caravan to unload the goods, immediately ran over. "Sir, fortunately, I didn't disappoint. I brought back the food," Xion said respectfully. "Was the journey smooth?" "It was smooth. Lord Johnson and Lord Giant escorted us all the way. They took care of all the vermin." "That's good. How much food did you bring back?" Sullen asked the key question. "According to your request, all the jewelry we sold this time was used to buy food. There's a total of 50,000 kilograms of food. Sir, I also took the initiative to buy a group of slaves this time," Xion said nervously. 50,000 kilograms of food is enough. As for the slaves, they're used to supplement the territory's population. Sullen didn't care about the slaves. His territory was lacking in people. There are 10 slaves in this group who know how to make wine. They came with their families. "Monseigneur, do you want to meet them?" "We'll talk about that later. By the way, what's up with the caravan that came with you?" Sullen asked. "That caravan belongs to the Skylark Chamber of Commerce. The goods I bought this time are from them. They heard that you, Monseigneur, have successfully developed a territory in the wastelands, so they came with us. They want to cooperate with us." Xion pointed at the caravan not far away and introduced it. Suluan nodded. He had heard of the Skylark Chamber of Commerce. It was one of Count Jacob's businesses, and the emblem of the Jacob family was a skylark. Count Jacob also had a fief in the Northlands and was considered a count with real power. "Since they want to do business with us, let's meet them." Sullen nodded. Soon, Xion came over with a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Good day, Sir Sullen." The middle-aged man bowed to Sullen. "Good day. Are you the representative of the Skylark Chamber of Commerce?" Sullen asked with a smile. "Yes, Sir Sullen. I am the representative of the Skylark Chamber of Commerce, Robert," the merchant said respectfully. "Your warriors are very brave and powerful." "Of course. They are the best warriors." Sullen brought Robert to a meeting room in the market. A servant brought them tea. "What business does the Skylark Chamber of Commerce want to do with us?" "I heard that your territory produces fine iron weapons, so I want to buy some. Of course, if you need anything, you can also order from us. The Skylark Chamber of Commerce has trading stations all over the Kingdom of Florence. We can provide you with all kinds of goods," Robert said respectfully. "You want to buy weapons? Sure, someone will discuss the price and style with you later." Suluan nodded and agreed to trade with them. "Thank you very much for your generosity. We have prepared 2 carts of food as a gift for you. Please accept it." Robert's attitude was very humble. It seemed that he had seen the strength of Johnson and his barbarian warriors on the way here. "Your Excellency Suluan, our caravan has brought other goods this time. Is there anything you need? Make a list of your goods and send it to me. If I need it, I will send someone to buy it." Sullen nodded. "P.S. Thank you to 9 Sniper SSR, The Unknown World, People Who Don't Know, Tyrant Baby for the 100 Chidian coins. Thank you to Goodwill Lies for the 200 Chidian coins. Thank you to Heavy Dragon Rider for the 500 Chidian coins. Thank you to Desert Bandit for the 1000 Chidian coins." Chapter 66. Sullen did not directly take out the white sugar to trade with the Skylark Chamber of Commerce. In his eyes, white sugar was a luxury item. White sugar was different from salt. It was fine even if ordinary people did not eat sugar, so sugar was basically prepared for the nobles. Robert's caravan brought a variety of daily necessities. In addition to a small amount of food, there were also wine, tea and so on. Their arrival solved many problems in the territory. When Sulen came to develop the territory, he had limited funds, so he only bought the most important materials and did not bring anything else. The simplest example was clothes. The wilderness did not produce clothes, so when the clothes were damaged, many people wore leather clothes. These things were hard and smelly, uncomfortable to wear and smelled bad. Before Robert came here, he deliberately learned about the situation in Sulen's territory from Xian. Then he prepared the goods, which were naturally very popular. Poor Sulen had already run out of money for the first few purchases, so he could only barter to buy Robert's goods. Fortunately, the blacksmith had made a lot of armor and weapons during this time, so he could trade with Robert. Robert was very curious about Northgard Castle. It was a small town about 300 miles away from Blackstone City. From what he could remember, there weren't many territories that could survive for more than 3 months in the wasteland. The few that could survive for 3 months and finally gain a foothold in the wasteland were all heavily in debt. Every year, they would need a large amount of money. After all, maintaining a regular army of more than 1,000 people in the wasteland was just too expensive. But Northgard Castle was different. After arriving here, Robert's first impression was that it was clean and orderly. Yes, it was clean and orderly. Even in the royal city of Florence, except for the noble district and the wealthy district, it was common for people to urinate and defecate everywhere. The streets in the city were also muddy, and no one knew when human excrement would fall from the sky. The town was unexpectedly clean. The streets were neat and tidy, and the roads were paved with stones. Some places were even paved with stone slabs. There was no garbage on the streets, and the pedestrians did not throw away their garbage. Even the goblin slaves and gnoll slaves did the same. Later, he learned that this was the request of Lord Sulen, and those who violated the rules would be severely punished. They would have to clean the streets and toilets under the supervision of others with shackles. There were also those who were caught urinating and defecating everywhere. Not only would they have to pay fines and do hard labor, but they would also be hung up and beaten. Those who refused to change their ways would also have their tools confiscated. There was a bathroom at the corner of every street. Everyone had to go to the bathroom to relieve themselves. In addition to being clean and tidy, there were many rules here. For example, the road was divided into 2 in the middle, and everyone had to walk on the right side. Although the whole town didn't look big, it was orderly. Several roads divided the town into several parts, and all the houses were of the same style. Although it didn't look good, it looked very neat. Some of these houses were already occupied, but most of them were still empty. Although each house was not big, with only 3 rooms, the layout was very reasonable. The houses facing the street were all 2-story attics. These houses should be shops. There were also drainage ditches on both sides of the town's roads. And there were also special sewers inside the houses. There were more people living in the south of the town, and the other places were very empty. Many of the open spaces were built with fences, which looked like reserved places. No one was allowed to get close to the town's barracks, and the Lord's mansion was also prohibited from getting close. However, the square was free to come and go. Compared to other towns and cities, not only were there fewer residents, but the number of soldiers was also shockingly small. For a pioneer town like this to establish itself in the wilderness, it would need at least 800 soldiers. But what about this town? There were only less than 100 barbarian warriors. Even if these barbarian warriors were strong, there were too few of them. In a large-scale battle, the barbarians could be drowned by the sea of soldiers. But even now, this town was still alive and well. This made people think that they had some kind of trump card. However, these barbarian warriors were indeed very strong. The barbarian warrior named Johnson on the way here was very likely to be a knight captain. Robert didn't expect that in such a remote place, there would be an immortal knight that surpassed knights and grand knights. If he was willing to pledge his loyalty to the kingdom, he could at least become a viscount. Apart from these, what surprised him even more was that this town had a large number of slaves. Apart from the serfs, there were also more than 1,000 goblins, kobolds, and gnolls. The number of slaves was already several times the population of the town, but none of them had escaped. There were very few free people here, and most of them were the lord's slaves. However, the slaves here were completely different from those in other cities. In other places, the slaves were not very enthusiastic about their work. Most of the time, they had to be whipped by supervisors. However, the slaves here were very enthusiastic and didn't need to be whipped at all. After discovering this, Robert was very surprised. After asking some people, he found out that the Lord of Sulen had promised that as long as the slave worked hard for the territory for 5 years, he would pardon the slave and let him become a free person. Robert was stunned when he heard the news. After all, the slaves were his personal property. Wasn't it enough to make the slaves work hard with the whip of the supervisor? Why did he want to release the slaves? Did he think that he had too much money? Robert couldn't understand this at all. They even established a contribution system for the slaves. They could earn points by working hard every day, or by joining the army and participating in battles. Only when the points were enough would the slaves be set free. In fact, the reason Sulen did this was to increase the number of free people in the town. After all, if a slave knew that he would always be a slave, how could he expect the slave to work hard? It was impossible. Sulen used this method to successfully motivate the slaves. Even if the slaves became free people 5 years later, they would still have nothing. They would have to continue working for Sulen in order to get paid. It was just a more subtle way of exploitation. Aside from these, what Robert was most curious about was the city's workshops. There was a blacksmith shop by the river outside the city. It was a place where weapons and equipment were produced. However, when Robert wanted to enter, he was stopped by someone. There were a few other places like this. One of them was a workshop next to the Lord's castle. It was also guarded by barbarian warriors. Chapter 67. Robert didn't investigate the town's secrets. He didn't believe that anyone who could establish a foothold here and enslave so many gnomes and gnolls was a simple character. If someone discovered his secrets out of curiosity, he didn't think he'd be able to escape unscathed. After all, there were at least 8, if not 10 merchant groups that went missing in the wilderness every year. In a place like the northern wastelands, there was no need to destroy the corpses after death. The gnomes, gnolls, and gnolls in the wilderness would destroy all traces. What surprised Robert was that the person in charge of the territory was Sulen's personal maid. She was also very beautiful. Robert swore that she was one of the prettiest women he'd ever seen in his life. Also, he'd traded the goods with her at the lowest price. During the negotiation, he'd been led by the nose. In the end, he'd agreed without thinking. By the time he'd realized it, the goods had already been traded. Sulen was lying in a rocking chair, sipping the black tea he'd just bought from Robert. Chris was wearing a black and white maid outfit. She knelt to Sulen's right. The loose maid outfit didn't look bloated on her at all. Her tall and slender body was faintly discernible under the skirt. Her white skin looked like beautiful jade. She had an elegant temperament. She was completely like a well-educated noble lady. This is all the information on Robert? Sulen took a sip of the black tea and chuckled. Yes, master. This Robert has already told me about how he peeked at the neighbor's sister bathing when he was young. Chris gracefully took the teacup and refilled Sulen's. Since we know his background, then let's deal with him, Sulen said after some thought. Other than selling some white sugar to Robert, have Xion take the merchant group to Kalt. I need to let more people know about white sugar. Yes, master, Chris said respectfully. Sulen looked at Chris with interest. Looks like you're adapting well. Does master like it? Chris tilted her head and smiled seductively. Not bad. Sulen smiled. By the way, don't put milk and white sugar in the next tea. Chris found Sulen's request a little strange. To be honest, she had just made the black tea, and it tasted a little bitter. For this reason, she even asked Robert how to drink black tea. Then, according to the way the nobles in Florence drank their tea, she added fresh milk and sugar into the cup of tea to make it sweet, thick and smooth. But judging from Sulen's expression, he didn't like this kind of tea. Chris didn't know what was so good about the bitter black tea, but Sulen liked it very much. How much sugar did Master sell to Robert this time? Chris asked. How much sugar do we have in total? Last night, there were 600 bags of white sugar in the warehouse of the sugar refinery, and each bag was 1 kilogram. Sell him 50 kilograms of white sugar, and the price is 50 kinner per kilogram, Sulen said after thinking for a moment. Then he put down the teacup and stretched. After this transaction, tell Robert to bring some daily necessities next time. Clothes, blankets, pillows, and so on. If you need anything, tell him to bring it. Ever since he came to the wastelands 2 months ago, he had almost forgotten the large velvet bed he used to have. Now that there was a sugar trade, he naturally wouldn't let himself suffer. And with Chris as his housekeeper, Sulen was finally freed from the tedious and repetitive labor. After listening to Chris's report, Sulen went to the training field in the Lord's castle. This was a field he had specially built for daily training. Ever since he came to this world, he rarely stopped his daily training. Although the daily training didn't give him much experience, it could increase his weapon proficiency. In the system, when a weapon's proficiency reached a certain level, he would receive a sure kill skill. These sure kill skills were very powerful, and unlike skills that consumed magic, they could be used with just a bit of stamina. Sulen's weapon of highest proficiency was the spear, followed by the longsword. He only touched on the other weapons slightly. After all, his energy and time were limited, and it was impossible to raise the proficiency of all weapons. When the space was small or indoors, he was used to using the longsword. Of course, he was best at the spear. Men were born to be good with the spear, and they had a natural talent for it. Moreover, if they trained well with the spear, it would be twice as effective against female enemies. Just look at Chris now, she was very obedient. Mr. Xian, is there anything Miss Chris wants from me today? Robert grabbed Xian's hand, and with his other hand, he secretly stuffed a heavy bag of money into Xian's hand. Xian shook the bag in his hand, and the pleasant sound of a kinner rang out from inside. His face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Brother Robert, don't worry. This is definitely a good thing, and a very good thing. After putting the heavy bag of money into his pouch, Xian led Robert to the Lord's residence. Along the way, Robert was thinking hard about the benefits. He couldn't help but ask Xian a few times, but Xian only smiled and shook his head. Soon, the two arrived at the gates of the Lord's residence. Xian notified the barbarian warrior guarding the gates, and only entered after receiving permission. Beautiful Miss Chris, good afternoon. Robert bowed seriously. He didn't dare to underestimate this beautiful woman now. The deal a few days ago had left him with lingering fear. No need to be so polite, Mr. Robert. Please have a seat, Chris said with a smile, and the whip in her hand cracked loudly. Then, a barbarian girl walked in and brought 2 cups of tea. Thank you. Robert sat on the chair but didn't drink the tea. Instead, he asked directly, Miss Chris, may I know why you've called me here today? There are indeed some matters. Chris leaned lazily on the chair, the bright red fingernails on her slender white fingers particularly alluring. You'll know once you try that cup of tea. Although Robert was a little curious, he still picked up the teacup. The tea was light red, and it was the black tea he had sold not long ago. He blew on it carefully and then took a sip. A sweet taste rushed to his taste buds. This is honey? Robert's eyes lit up. No, honey has a faint sour taste, and this cup of tea is completely sweet. Is this white sugar? Mr. Robert, it is white sugar, Chris said with a smile. This is what we're going to talk about today. How about it? Are you interested? P.S. Thank you, Eat Me Ku for the 2,000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you, Chang Is Hoi, for the 500 Chidian coins tip. Thank you, Cold Flame, for the 500 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 68. You have white sugar here? Robert asked in surprise. Of course. Chrissy nodded. Didn't you drink it just now? Robert looked at Chris in surprise. This pioneering territory deep in the wilderness actually had white sugar. One had to know that there weren't many places in the Kingdom of Florence that produced brown sugar, and white sugar was even rarer. Now this small town with less than 1,000 people actually produced white sugar. Robert quickly regained his composure. He realized that he was going to be lucky this time. After sorting out his emotions, Robert continued, "Then, Miss Chrissy, how do you plan to trade for the white sugar? Tell me what you think first." Chrissy played with the leather whip in her hand without looking up. "We are willing to buy all the white sugar in your territory. We can even sign a contract. From now on, we are willing to buy all the white sugar in Sir Sullen's territory at a high price. At the same time, we will give you a 20% discount on all the resources you need," Robert said. "All white sugar? Robert, your Skylark Merchant Guild is quite greedy." Chrissy shook her head. "You want to monopolize the white sugar trade? You better give up on that idea." Robert wasn't surprised. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they wouldn't let a merchant guild monopolize all the white sugar. He still felt a little regretful. "How much white sugar can you sell us?" "We will be selling 50 pounds of white sugar this time. The price for each pound is 50 kinner," Chrissy said with a smile. 50 pounds of white sugar? Robert was shocked. 50 pounds wasn't a lot, but Cult City only produced about 60 to 70 pounds of white sugar a year. Now it had doubled. "No, 50 pounds is too little and the price is too high. You should know that the price of white sugar in Cult City is 30 kinner. If we follow this price, we won't be able to earn a single copper. We'll lose money." Robert shook his head. "Mr. Robert, do you think I don't know the price of white sugar?" Crazy glanced at him and continued. 30 kinner is indeed the market price, but that's the price of white sugar. You should know how much white sugar is distributed, right? 15 caddies a year. That's all the nobles in Calent get. What's the price of the rest of the white sugar? Because the production of white sugar was very low, half of the production of white sugar in the Kingdom of Florence was directly distributed to the nobles. Every noble had a fixed share of the white sugar, and the price of the white sugar was also fixed. There were more than 100 nobles in Calent City. With so many nobles sharing the 15 kilograms of sugar, each person would not even get half a kilogram. This amount was naturally not enough. However, if he wanted more white sugar, he would have to go to the market to buy white sugar. Of course, the price of white sugar in the market was much higher. The lowest price would be doubled. Moreover, the supply did not meet the demand. Besides, do you think we will lack partners? As long as we release the news of the sugar, those chambers of commerce will definitely flock to us, so we need to know where we stand. The white sugar trade had just begun in Northtown Castle. Xion also brought a caravan to Calent City. The development of the territory required a lot of resources and people, and Sulen planned to rely on the white sugar trade. In fact, only with a stable trade could a territory develop. For example, Sullen's territory. If there was a trade, more caravans would come to do business. If the caravans wanted to come to Northtown Castle, they would have to pass through the dangerous wilderness, so they had to hire guards. In this way, each caravan would have at least 100 people. The arrival of these people also increased the consumption of the locals. Soon, all kinds of hotels and taverns would appear in the town. The prosperity of the economy would attract more people. If they wanted to develop here, they would have to buy a property. The houses and land that Sulen built would also become popular. The arrival of these people would also provide a lot of tax revenue for the territory. In this way, Sullen's territory would form a virtuous cycle. Only then could the territory be considered a success. At noon, the people who had been busy all morning were resting. The women and children had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. The barbarian women were not very good at cooking. They were best at stewing. They put all kinds of meat and other food into a big pot, added water and salt, and then simmered until it was ready. The most common food in the territory was potatoes. Fortunately, it was potatoes. Otherwise, with the barbarian women's cooking, the food they made would be a disaster. Potatoes stewed with fish, potatoes stewed with beef, potatoes stewed with lamb, and so on. The barbarian warriors did not have high requirements for food. As for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls, they were lucky to be able to eat as slaves. Sulen really missed the various delicacies of his past life. After 2 days of rain, the territory became muddy. The 2 days of autumn rain brought a slight chill. Under the Lord's orders, the serfs were seizing the time to farm. The Lord's promise gave the serfs hope again. As the poor people of this era, their requirements were actually very low. Sulen only gave them a faint hope, and they would work hard for it. As long as they worked hard, they would be able to eat their fill. Although there were only a few people living in a room, the room was dry and warm. It would not leak when it rained. There was a small room to shelter them from the wind and rain. The Lord also promised that as long as they worked hard for 5 years, they would be able to regain their freedom. If they continued to work, they would even be rewarded with land and houses. This was simply a gift for poor serfs like them. At the beginning of autumn, after the continuous autumn rain, the heat in the air had mostly dissipated. The potatoes planted in the fields had already sprouted. The first batch had already grown green leaves. These potatoes were the food for the northern castle to survive the winter. Other than these, the most common thing in the northern castle's warehouse was dried salted fish. These dried salted fish were specially made to replenish meat during the winter. There were also some dried meat that was already made. However, with the arrival of autumn, there would be less and less weather suitable for drying fish. The northern castle was now recognized by the system. Some of the resources near the territory were also included in the system. On the system's strategic map, there were not many resources marked in Sulen's territory. They were wood, iron, and fish resources. The other resources that were not found were not listed in the system. Currently, the only things that could be traded in the territory were various iron weapons and white sugar. As for wood, Sulen's territory was too far away from Blackstone City. It would be a loss to ship them there. P.S. Rolling on the ground, please recommend me. Chapter 69. In the smithy, a dozen blacksmith apprentices were forging ironware. There were now 2 blacksmiths in the smithy, and they were currently forging a batch of half-body armor. These half-body armor would also be sold as supplies. Other than sugar, these were the most profitable goods in the territory. Robert's caravan had brought 20 half-body armors and 40 battle axes. Similarly, the furs accumulated in the territory were also given to them to be sold. There were also some special furs among these furs, the furs of gnolls. The merchants of this era were definitely filthy. In any case, Sulen couldn't accept the furs of gnolls, but in Robert's opinion, the furs of gnolls were the easiest to get rid of. These furs were very popular in the black market. The hide of the gnolls made them easy to make into leather coats, and the fact that they came from a humanoid creature made it even easier to process them. As for the fact that these furs came from a humanoid creature, no one cared at all. If Sulen was a little more greedy, he would have at least 1,000 or 2,000 furs from the gnolls he hunted before. Sulen brought a few barbarian warriors to the iron mine in the northeast of the territory. Yesterday afternoon, Sulen received a message saying that some gnolls had been discovered near the iron mine. There were only 10 barbarian warriors guarding the iron mine, and they couldn't spare any manpower to clear out the gnolls. Although the addition of the bear tribe had doubled the number of barbarian warriors, as the territory developed, there was still a shortage of manpower. The ships flowed down the river. With the ships, it was much more convenient to travel from the territory to the mine. Sulen's territory didn't have many warhorses, so they couldn't form a cavalry. Moreover, the barbarians were all tall and large, and their weapons and equipment were over 200 kilograms. Ordinary warhorses couldn't carry such heavy loads for long-distance raids. The ships flowed down the Whitewater River, and after half an hour, the group of people landed at the dock of the mine. There was already a barbarian warrior waiting at the dock. After a simple rest, Sulen led 10 barbarian warriors to the wilderness northeast of the mine. 2 barbarian warriors cleared the path with their axes, cutting down the dense bushes that obstructed their path. The rest of the barbarian warriors were vigilantly observing their surroundings. The wilderness was lush with vegetation. In many places, the weeds had grown to a height of 2 to 3 meters. It was very suitable for hiding. The barbarian warriors surrounded Sulen in the middle. In such an environment, It was very easy to sneak up on him. The weeds blocked his line of sight. Not far away, he could hear the sounds of some beasts running away in fear. There were many wild beasts in the wilderness, but the number of magical beasts was very small. Most of them had their own territories. In fact, the current territory of the human countries was cleared by the elves in the previous era. It was not until the elves returned to the elven forest that the land was occupied by other races. Later on, under the leadership of the human heroes, the humans defeated the orcs, drove out the giants and other races, and finally occupied the land. The earliest human nobles in this world were all heroes of the ancient times. Of course, they were heroes before they became nobles. Almost all of the pure-blooded ancient nobles in this world were descendants of those ancient human heroes. Of course, since the end of the Second Era, the number of nobles among the humans began to increase. It was also from that time that human kingdoms appeared. After walking for about an hour in the wilderness, their field of vision widened. The soil under their feet also turned into sand. This environment was not suitable for plants to grow. When the plants were not so lush, Sulen suddenly found a valley. Let's go check out that valley. The best place to live in this wilderness was the valley. If the gnolls were really here, it was very likely that they lived in this valley. The group continued to walk toward the valley. After about 10 minutes, Sulen suddenly smelled blood. Blood, it seems that we've found the right place. Smelling the blood in the air, Sulen signaled everyone to stop. He told everyone to spread out and guard the entrance of the valley. Sulen planned to catch all of the gnolls in one fell swoop. Seeing that the barbarians had spread out, Sulen gestured for everyone to move forward again. Then everyone moved toward the entrance of the valley. When they got close to the entrance of the valley, Sulen's expression was a little strange. The valley was unexpectedly quiet. A gust of wind blew, but other than the smell of blood, there was no movement inside at all. Sulen frowned and told everyone to stay where they were. Then, he ordered an agile barbarian warrior to carefully approach the entrance of the valley and sneak in. After a while, the barbarian warrior stood at the entrance of the valley and waved at everyone. Sulen then led everyone into the valley. As soon as they entered the valley, the smell of blood was several times stronger. Frowning, Sulen walked in. Soon he saw a messy scene. This was indeed a gathering place of gnolls. Looking at the scale, there were at least 500 gnolls. However, it was now completely destroyed. In the center of the valley, there were more than a dozen bonfires of various sizes. Beside the bonfires were a large number of gnoll remains. The flesh on the remains had been eaten clean. Even the hard skulls had been smashed, and the brains inside had been swallowed. Sulen frowned and looked around. There were at least a few dozen gnoll remains here. There were not many traces of battle in the gathering place. Other than the gnoll remains, there were no other corpses found. Obviously, the difference between the two sides was huge. The gnolls did not even cause any casualties. Of course, it was also possible that the attackers took away the bodies of their companions when they left. However, judging from the traces at the scene, the probability of that was very low. The attackers were very strong. Many parts of the gnoll's bones were crushed. This kind of injury was usually caused by a blunt weapon, most likely a mace. The same was true for the gnoll skulls. The huge force directly crushed the skulls. This kind of strength was not inferior to the barbarian guards at all. The attackers ate the bodies of the gnolls. Although there were many races in the wilderness that had the habit of eating humans, there were not many races that could completely crush the gnolls. For example, swamp giants, frost giants, ogres, and so on. Although they were different races, they had one thing in common. They were not easy to deal with. Swamp giants and frost giants belonged to the giant subspecies. They were powerful creatures from the mythological era, before the First Era. They were powerful creatures that were as strong as gods. However, after the mythological era ended, the powerful giants disappeared. Most of the giant subspecies only inherited their thin bloodline. Although they only inherited a thin bloodline, they were still very strong. Group number 8776558894. Welcome to chat. Also, please recommend me. Important things need to be said 3 times. P.S. Thank you to Chong Is Ho E for the 100 Chidian coins reward. Thank you to Gu Yu for the 200 Chidian coins reward. Chapter 70. There were many types of giants, including sea giants, mountain giants, frost giants, swamp giants, cloud giants, and several tens of other types. There was also a huge difference in their strength. However, even the weakest giant would be at least at the level of a knight commander. Most of the giants were at the level of conferred knights. Compared to humans, giants had much stronger physiques. Therefore, even if they were of the same level, humans would not be a match for giants. However, under the same conditions, humans could advance much faster than giants. Their strong bodies gave them great power, but it also limited their development. Frost giants lived in the cold mountains in the north. It was said that there were many frost giant tribes in the polar glaciers. Swamp giants lived in the swamps. Since the endless wasteland was said to be endless, there would naturally be swamps. It was just unknown if they were nearby. In addition to these giant subspecies, the ogres were also a very powerful creature. An adult ogre was 3 meters tall and had a strong body. Its weight could reach 150 kilograms. This creature was very powerful, and its strength was not inferior to the giants. Ogres also lived in tribes. Ogres were also an intelligent race. Although their intelligence was very low, different ogre tribes had their own legacies. They knew how to forge weapons, make armor, and tame wild beasts. They would also capture other intelligent creatures as slaves. An ogre tribe in the wilderness would usually enslave a large number of goblins, kobolds, and gnolls as slaves. They would make them mine ores, forge weapons, and so on. When there was a shortage of food, they would serve as food reserves. Although most ogres had low intelligence, ogre mages would often appear in ogre tribes. Ogre mages were very intelligent. They were usually the rulers of ogre tribes. Moreover, there was a very low chance of 2-headed ogres appearing among the ogres. 2-headed ogres were even more powerful. They were even born with the ability to cast spells. Every 2-headed ogre that grew up would be a powerful spellcaster. After a detailed search of the valley, Sulen finally found a few clear footprints near the water. The footprints were very large, and they were left by bare feet. The shape of the feet was similar to that of a human's, perhaps 2 or 3 times larger than a human's. In his mind, he could roughly guess what had happened here. One night, a gnoll tribe living there was suddenly attacked by a group of powerful monsters. The gnolls resisted, but their resistance was defeated after a long time. Facing the attack of hundreds of gnolls, the group of attackers had almost no casualties. After defeating these gnolls, the attackers did not leave. Instead, they held a gnoll barbecue party in the valley. They barbecued and ate all the dead and injured gnolls. After killing the gnolls, the attackers did not stay for long. Instead, they escorted a large number of gnoll captives out of the valley. As for where they went, Sulen did not know for the time being. However, such a group of powerful attackers was a great threat to Sulen's territory. This valley was not too far away from Sulen's territory. The straight line distance was at most 50 or 60 kilometers. The distance was too close. Just like the ice Quetzalcoatlus, their range was at most 300 kilometers. The monsters that attacked the jacklands needed to occupy at least 50 kilometers of land to ensure an adequate supply of food. Judging from the scene, these attackers were carnivores. In other words, once they lived here, Sulen's territory would be the biggest threat, so Sulen had to get rid of this group of attackers. Sulen released all the barbarian warriors to look for clues. These barbarian warriors were very powerful. Even if they encountered the monsters that attacked the jacklands, they would not be in danger for a while. Even if they were besieged, they would be able to hold on until Sulen arrived. After scattering to look for clues, Sulen sat at the entrance of the valley and waited. Soon, about 10 minutes later, a barbarian warrior found some clues. After all, these attackers left with hundreds of jackalan captives. With so many people, they must have left a lot of clues. When all the barbarian warriors returned, Sulen followed them to look for clues. The place where the clues were found was not far from the valley. It was located in the south of the valley. When the group arrived, they found many footprints here. The direction of the footprints was south. The group did not delay and followed these footprints to the south. With hundreds of people walking, a new road was created, so Sulen and the others moved very quickly. After walking along this road for about half an hour, Sulen suddenly found a flag. It was made of a pair of stones, about 1 meter tall. There was a wooden pole in the middle with a jackalen skeleton on it. On the pile of stones below, there were also some sharp wooden stakes that pierced the skulls of other humanoid creatures. Seeing this symbol, Sulen understood that it was a group of ogres who attacked the group of jackalans. The pile of stones in front of him was a symbol of the barbarians. This meant that this was the territory of the ogres. They were the masters of this territory. If other races entered here, it would be trespassing on their territory. Just like how Sulen would build beacon towers and stone signs at the border of his territory, the barbarians would also leave these in their territory. An ogre tribe. Sulen rubbed his chin. It seemed that he could move his body again. Ogres were not friendly to most races. After all, they liked to eat all kinds of intelligent creatures. In their knowledge, there was no trade at all. If they needed something, they would just take it. In their knowledge, humans who entered their territory were food. Sulen looked at the symbol. The soil was still very new, so it should have been built a long time ago. This ogre tribe should have moved here recently. Perhaps this ogre tribe was defeated by other tribes, or perhaps their original territory could no longer support them. In any case, they were now near Sulen's territory. If one wanted to occupy a piece of land in the wilderness, one could not just leave a mark here. One had to defeat all the surrounding tribes and force them to acknowledge one's existence. If this ogre tribe had come earlier, it was very likely that they would have been part of the allied army last time. The surrounding tribes had been mostly wiped out by Sulen. Other than Sulen, no other tribe was a match for these ogres. Chapter 71. There were many monsters in the wilderness. Even in the southern countries, goblins and kobolds could be found far away from the cities. The reproduction ability of goblins and kobolds was too strong. A pair of goblins could give birth to 12 to 20 goblins in a year. It was the same for kobolds. It would take at least 20 years for a human warrior to grow up and become a qualified warrior. Of course, once the training was complete, a group of elite human soldiers could easily defeat goblins and kobolds that were 10 times their size. Humans had even less of an advantage against the ogres. Ogres ate meat from birth and grew much faster than humans. If it wasn't for the lack of food, the number of ogres would have multiplied by several times. It was also because of the small number of ogres that humans were able to drive them into the wilderness. Sulen went around the flagpole and continued to advance towards the ogre camp. Since the ogres had captured a large number of gnolls as slaves, it meant that they would build a tribe here. After entering the territory controlled by the ogres, Sulen and his party became much more cautious. The ogres were not weak like the goblins, kobolds, or gnolls. A single adult ogre warrior could easily take care of a small group of human soldiers. According to human classification, an ogre was a knight. An adult ogre was more than 3 meters tall, wore armor, and wielded a giant mace. Although the mace looked ugly, it was very powerful. Even a knight's plate armor would be dented by the mace. Getting hit by the mace would be considered a light injury. The ogre warriors were even more powerful, and he didn't know how big the ogre tribe was. The land in the wilderness did not have an owner, but it was not easy to conquer it. Even Kelent City took hundreds of years to expand its territory from a few dozen kilometers to the current northern provinces. Of course, this was because the Kingdom of Florence was at its peak at that time, and it could only achieve this with the power of the entire country. It had been over a century since the provinces of the Northlands had expanded outwards. Even so, monster attacks in the northern provinces were several times more than those in the southern provinces. The forests, mountains, lakes, and other monsters in the territory were like weeds. They would appear clean after a few months, but they would appear again. As they continued forward, More and more traces of ogres were discovered. Sulen and the rest slowed down. They could encounter ogres at any time. Soon, Sulen saw 2 ogres carrying mace and wearing crude armor walking towards them. The 2 ogres were about 3 meters tall and had yellow skin. They wore tattered fur and heavy armor on their shoulders, chests, and wrists. The armor was probably made by them. Due to their limited technology, they could only make it very thick. There was a foot-long iron spike on the armor. The mace in their hands weighed at least 50 kilograms. The surface of the mace was dark red, and there were even pieces of meat hanging from the spikes. The intelligence of an ogre wasn't high. An adult ogre's intelligence was about the same as a wolf's, but it would be a big mistake to treat them as idiots. These seemingly stupid creatures possessed powerful combat instincts. Even an experienced warrior would have to be extremely careful. Seeing the 2 ogres approach, Sulen made a hand gesture. The group hid in the bushes at the side. Taking out the spear from his storage space, Sulen slowly adjusted his posture. The other barbarian warriors also lowered their breathing and stared intently at the ogres walking towards them. The 2 ogres did not notice that there was much around them. They quickly walked to where Sulen and the rest were lying in ambush. Sulen, who had been waiting for a long time, moved and stabbed the spear in his hand. The sharp spear pierced through the back of the ogre's heart. The ugly armor on the ogre's body didn't provide any protection at all. The spear pierced through the gaps in the armor. A one-shot kill. The spear pierced through the heart and came out from the front. The ogre, who was over 100 kilograms, was pierced through like a stick of candied fruit. Large amounts of dark red blood spurted out from the wound. Sulen's spear swept horizontally. The heavy ogre's body was like a giant sandbag as it slammed into the other ogre that was about to charge over with its mace. Bam! The corpse of the ogre sent the other ogre flying. Its large body rolled a few meters on the ground. Before it could react, a giant axe came crashing down on its head. Smelly blood splattered. The ogre's ugly head spun and rolled to Sulen's feet. Stepping on the ogre's head, Sulen shook his spear and shook off the blood on it. After the barbarian warriors dealt with the 2 ogre corpses, the group continued to explore the depths of the wilderness. Sulen was prepared to find the ogre's camp and destroy it. He did not want to have a ticking time bomb near his territory. If he did not get rid of these ogres, he would not be able to sleep well. After dealing with the ogre corpses, Sulen and the group continued forward. This time, they did not take the path that the ogres had opened. Instead, they took a detour. Not long after they walked, there was movement in front of them again. "It's the gnolls," a barbarian warrior said in a low voice. Pushing aside the weeds, Sulen quickly discovered the group of gnolls. It was a small group of gnolls. There were only a dozen of them. They had tamed 3 aardwolves and a dozen goblins and kobolds as slaves. The group of gnolls seemed to be in a difficult situation. There were no young gnolls in the group. All of them were adults. It was obvious that they had survived a battle. They were probably the ones who had lost. These gnolls were lucky to have escaped. Sulen was not going to be polite with the experience points that were delivered to him. He gestured at the barbarians, and the barbarians quietly crept forward. Charge! The barbarian warrior's figure appeared from the bushes. In an instant, he crossed a dozen meters and swung the giant axe in his hand across the waist of the gnolls. The sharp battle axe cut through the muscles, broke the spine, and split the gnolls in half. The sudden attack of the 10 barbarians did not give the gnolls any chance to fight back. They were killed by the barbarian warrior in a breath's time. The remaining goblins and kobolds were scared out of their wits. They scattered and tried to escape. Whoosh! Hand axes flew out. The goblins and kobolds did not even manage to run a few steps before they were hit in the back or the head by the sharp hand axes. The sharp blade of the axes almost completely sank into their bodies. The battle was over in a breath's time. P.S. Thank you for the 3,500 Chidian coins tip. Thank you for the 1,000 Chidian coins tip. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Important things have to be said 3 times. Thank you for all the tips you've given me during this period of time. I'll add more chapters today. Omega. Chapter 72. After finishing the battle and cleaning up the battlefield, the group continued to follow the traces left behind. Sulen didn't encounter any more gnolls for the rest of the journey. After crossing a hill, Sulen finally saw the ogre's camp. I should have bought a telescope. Sulen felt a little helpless as he looked at the ogre camp in the distance. Although this world was generally at the level of the Middle Ages, there would always be new gadgets with the presence of magi. Glass, for example, had been created by magi a long time ago. Its main purpose was to be used as a tool for experiments. Telescopes belong to this category as well. Normal telescopes cost around 20 kinner, but if they were enchanted with special magical effects, the price could go up to several thousand kinner. For example, if they were enchanted with eagle eye or night vision. The ogre camp was built halfway up a mountain. At this moment, large numbers of gnolls, kobolds, and gnolls were building the camp under the whips of the ogres. Towering gnolls at the foot of the mountain were chopping down logs. After some simple repairs, these logs were transported to the camp halfway up the mountain. Thick logs were smashed into the ground one by one, while the gnolls and kobolds cleared the rocks under the whips and piled them up into a stone wall. It was obvious that the ogres wanted to build a fortress here. Plumes of black smoke rose from within the ogre camp. Large furnaces could be seen even from afar, and a few tall ogres were forging weapons. Although the ogre blacksmith's weapons were crudely made, with the ogre's strength, as long as they were sturdy and had enough weight, they would become killing machines in their hands. Sulen's expression was grave. There were at least 100 ogres in this camp. If they were unlucky, there might even be 200 ogres. In addition, there were even more gnolls, and kobolds as slaves. The ogre camp was very powerful. This camp was already more than half completed. With the ogre's speed, this simple fortress would be completed soon. While the ogre fortress looked ugly and the buildings were in a mess, the entire fortress was built from thick logs. At the same time, it was supported by stacked stone walls. There was no need to doubt the fortress's sturdiness. There were many slaves working, and many of them were nailed to death with wooden stakes. None of the slaves dared to slack off. If they were found slacking off, the nearby ogre supervisors would lash out with their leather whips. With the ogre's monstrous strength, even gnolls would be torn apart with a single lash, while goblins and kobolds would be half dead. These slaves who had lost their ability to work would not be abandoned. Instead, they would be killed by the ogres as food. The ogres weren't worried about a lack of manpower. If too many slaves died, they could just go to the wastelands and capture another batch. After all, there were many monsters in the wastelands. An ogre tribe of 100 or 200 people was not considered small. More importantly, such an ogre tribe was likely to have an ogre wizard. It should be known that ogre wizards were not easy to deal with. Unlike many spellcasters who had weak bodies, ogre wizards were completely proficient in both magic and martial arts. They had a tyrannical body, while also possessing impressive spellcasting abilities. Although the spells that ogre shamans knew were limited, they could basically cast spells without chanting. They were much stronger than normal human spellcasters. Without special training, it was difficult for human spellcasters to master the technique of instantaneous spellcasting. Ogre shamans liked close combat. Other than being a wizard, they were also warriors who were proficient in close combat. Other than that, ogre shamans were also very intelligent. Normal ogres had an intelligence of around 5, which was even lower than wolves. However, ogre shamans were completely different. Their intelligence was usually above 16. You guys hide here. I'll take a closer look. Sulen looked around and left the barbarian guards here. He was going to take a closer look. Boss, you stay here. We'll go investigate. That's right, boss, let us go. As soon as Sulen finished speaking, the barbarian guards all objected. They were very clear about the power of the ogres. Although they had easily killed 2 ogres before, the ogres were not to be trifled with. All right, all of you stay here. These ogres are nothing in my eyes. Sulen directly ordered. To be honest, if he went all out, it wasn't impossible for him to win against these ogres. However, this was not a game, and monsters would not run away. If he couldn't clear out these ogres in one go, the wandering ogres would be a greater threat to his territory. After all, he couldn't always patrol his territory. Moreover, his territory was so big that there were bound to be areas that he couldn't take care of. Therefore, the best way was to kill all the ogres in one go. Sulen put away his spear and disappeared into the bushes. Although the ogres looked dumb, they were not slow. Moreover, ogre shamans could use bloodthirsty berserk. This berserk was even scarier than the barbarian berserk. Although the ogres would be weakened for a longer period of time after going berserk, very few people could survive it. With the help of the bushes, Sulen quickly made his way to a spot about 200 meters away from his feet. At this point, it would be difficult for Sulen to get closer. The ogres were not as unprofessional as the gnolls. They had long since cleared away the weeds near the camp. After observing for a while, Zhao Fu's heart sank. The ogre tribe in front of him was a powerful enemy. Apart from the ogre warriors, there were also many ogre warriors. These ogre warriors were much larger than their own kind and used battle axes. Moreover, the battle axes in their hands were larger and heavier than the ones used by the barbarian warriors. Apart from the battle axes, they were also equipped with cast iron armor, throwing spears and heavy flying axes. According to human standards, these ogre warriors were already at the level of Grand Knights. Most of Sulen's barbarian guards were at this level as well. However, there were only 71 barbarian guards in total, while there were at least 50 ogre warriors here. On the other side of the camp, there were a few large arrow porcupines in a large metal cage. These were one of the few wild beasts that the ogres had tamed. The arrow porcupines were 3 meters tall and had thick skin. They had 2 sharp fangs in their mouths and a few sharp spikes on their backs. Once they charged, they were like small bulldozers. Even the heavy cavalry of the human empire would not be willing to clash with them. Chapter 73. Sulen circled around the camp at the foot of the hill. After figuring out the general situation of the ogres, Sulen left quietly. When he returned to the hill, the barbarian warriors all came up to him. "Boss, are we ready to fight?" The barbarians around him touched their axes and asked eagerly. Bang! Sulen hit him on the head in annoyance. "What are you doing? Are you going to die? Let's go back first." Looking back at the ogre camp that was under construction, Sulen left with the barbarian warriors. It was already night when they returned to the mine. Sulen and the others didn't have time to rest and rushed back to the town through the night. "Master, what happened?" Chris was wearing a black and white maid dress, which accentuated her tall and slender figure, giving her a different kind of charm. As Su Luan's chief maid, the succubus Chris was very energetic. Now she was in charge of the whole territory on behalf of Su Luan. Both barbarians and other humans were in awe of her. "There's an ogre tribe near our territory. This is a huge threat to the safety of the territory." Chris came to Sulen's side and helped him take off his coat. "Ogre tribe? Master, are you going to chase them away this time? Can I go and help?" Chris asked as she hung Sulen's coat on the hanger. "Yes, they're already building the camp. We need to deal with it as soon as possible. If we wait a few more days and the ogres really finish building the fortress, the losses will be huge." Sulen reached out and rubbed Chris's head. "Arrange things tomorrow. I'll take you with me." Sulen was very optimistic about Chris. After all, after being strengthened by the hero model created by herself, her strength was second only to Sulen in the territory. The main thing was that her advanced charm talent was too strong. Even Johnson might not be immune to it. In addition to her demon summoning, she wasn't afraid of fighting a group or one-on-one. When Sulen first handed the matter to Chris, the barbarian guards still had objections. Sulen then let Chris fight with them. During the duels, Chris would summon 1 to 5 demons, and then hide behind the demons with her leather whip. From time to time, she would cast a few spells to harass them. Even Johnson couldn't handle it. If the barbarians were to gang up on her, it would be even easier. Chris's advanced charm could easily make half of the barbarians betray her, and then gang up on them. After this battle, no one in the territory objected anymore. Not only was Crazy's strength impressive, but she was also very good at managing the territory. In the past, there were goblins, kobolds, and gnolls who could take advantage of the negligence of the management to slack off. Now they were all obedient to her. She could work during the day and warm his bed at night. Such a capable and durable maid was exactly what Sulen needed. As a succubus, Chris knew too many tricks. As an experienced driver in his previous life, even Sulen was amazed. Now, in this world with supernatural powers, she could achieve skills that couldn't be achieved in his previous life. Chris had spell-like abilities and mastered some small evocation spells, which could make things more interesting. Suluan also learned a lot of ways to control power from her. For example, his thunder lightning spear. He could now control the power of lightning to wander around his body. With the power of lightning, the thunder lightning spear had been upgraded to a plasma cannon. Even the succubus with her demon resistance couldn't withstand it. It was a sleepless night. The next day, Sulen woke up energetically. He opened his arms and let Chris help him get dressed. Then they had a simple breakfast. At about 8:30 in the morning, Sulen brought Chris to the barracks in the town. At this time, all the barbarian warriors in the town had gathered on the field. Sulen's barbarian guards had 71 barbarian warriors. Apart from the 10 barbarian warriors stationed at the mine, there were another 10 guarding Xion's caravan. Now there were only 50 barbarian warriors in the territory. Sulen planned to leave 10 barbarian warriors to guard the town. He and Chris would then lead the rest of the barbarian warriors to clear out the ogres. In addition to the serfs, there were more than 300 barbarian women and children in the town. These people had also undergone simple training. After Sulen built the barracks, he arranged for all the people in the territory to undergo militia training. So, as long as the alarm was rung, a militia team would immediately be pulled out. Moreover, the barbarian soldiers were much stronger than the Florentine militia. Although the female barbarians were not as strong as the male barbarians, they could survive in the harsh environment and dangerous wilderness. The strength of these female barbarians could be imagined. The smithy in the city had been forging equipment all this time. There was no problem in arming 100 soldiers. He left Boulder in the camp to command. After escorting the caravan and clearing out the monsters around the territory, Boulder had been upgraded to a barbarian giant axe warrior during this time. After handing over the safety of the territory to Boulder, Sulen went to the tower of the territory and dismantled the 8 ballistae. He was going to bring the ballistae with him for this attack. The ballistae were not light. Fortunately, these barbarian warriors were all big players. Each of them could share some of the load. If it were humans transporting the ballistae, they would not be able to move it without a few carriages. After the preparations were done, Sulen took the team to the Whitewater port ship and went down the river to the mine's wharf. After yesterday's investigation, the location of the ogre camp was clearly marked on the strategic map. Sulen led the army ashore and then directly traveled through the wilderness. After several exterminations by Sulen and the ogres, the number of goblins and gnolls had decreased by a lot. Along the way, the gnolls and goblins would turn tail and run when they saw Sulen's team from afar. After traveling for some distance in the wilderness, Sulen once again saw the war flag that marked the territory of the ogres. Destroy it. Sulen directly ordered the barbarian warriors to destroy the war flag and the stone altar below it. Bang! The pile of stones was pushed down and the flagpole was cut in half. Sulen led the army forward. The success rate of a night attack against the ogres was very low. This race was born with night vision, and the barbarians did not have an advantage in fighting in the dark. Thus Sulen planned to attack openly. With him and Chris, he was confident that he could win even if they were outnumbered by the ogres. Although they were carrying a lot of weight, the barbarian warriors did not move slowly. Around noon, Sulen could already see the hill where the ogre camp was. Sulen did not continue to approach. If he did, he would be easily discovered by the ogres. Even a barbarian would be tired after such a long journey, so he needed to rest and eat something. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.